Well, welcome back to the Hotel Orloff here in sunny rural Retreat, Virginia. We're live here on a Sunday afternoon, 11:56. I said we were going to start at noon. I've said it in all my last 3 or 4 episodes. Somehow StreamYard thinks I'm starting at 12:25, which is nonsense. But we have a special guest, the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills. So with no further ado, from San Antonio, it's the Crypt Keeper.
Howdy.
Hey. So, Crypt Keeper was one of the first comic book people I discovered on YouTube, along with Captain Strangelife and Dr. Silver Age and Silver Age Dave. And there was a guy named King of Comicdom. He's disappeared off YouTube. Do you remember him?
I'm not sure if I remember that channel.
King of Comicdom. He and there was Metarog, and King of Comicdom seemed to be in the After Comics. That guy's amazing.
Right.
The thing about After Comics that's so much fun is it's like Adam West. It's like Batman is showing you his comics, because he never really shows himself. And I guess he's a radio guy, and his voice is just like Batman's voice. It's great. They should keep doing those animated Batman cartoons that they were doing and use him. Did you see those two films they made not long before Adam West passed away? They were done with Burt Ward, and they had the villains that were still alive doing the voices. They need to get After Comics to come in and do the voice. But anyway, so a couple of weeks ago, you just disappeared off YouTube. Do you want to address that or anything?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't want to say like people are going to say, oh, he did it again. But yeah, that's basically what happened. Because I had an old channel that got taken down for my content was too sexy for YouTube. And then that's what happened again with my latest channel. It got taken down because it was too sexy for YouTube, which I think is real disappointing that they didn't even like give me any kind of warnings or anything like that. And everything that I had uploaded, I thought they had gotten pretty good about notifying you up front if something had a copyright or if something needed to be coded for adults only. So, I mean, I just assumed, like, if they reviewed my video and said it's coded for adults only, I assumed that meant it was okay. And then sure enough, just from out of nowhere, without warning, it was like a Monday morning. I sign into my computer, I sign into my email, and I get an email from YouTube that said, we've removed your channel because you violated our, you're going to love this one, community guidelines on sexual content.
Community.
And they have an option.
All the socialist Marxists, they love that term community. That's why I block. I know that the people that collect comics on YouTube don't mean it that way when they say comic book community, but I just rather call it a comic book neighborhood, because it's just too much of that communism in the word community.
I know.
Sorry.
So, I mean, it's sad. I mean, I was kind of already getting frustrated with YouTube, and I was already kind of thinking about, kind of gracefully leaving YouTube. I wasn't planning on taking down my channel, but I was just thinking about, like, I just wouldn't make any new videos.
Yeah.
And then when my channel got taken down, I was like, oh, well, that solves that dilemma for me.
Yeah. But for people that haven't seen the previous video where I talked about this, I had spoken to you and I told people on a video, I don't know, a few episodes back, that almost all or the important episodes that you pretty much have it all saved on your computer, right?
Correct.
So the content, I hate that word too, isn't lost. It's still there where it could be re-uploaded here or on another platform. Although I
Correct.
hear Rumble's starting to get a little shady too. Um, you know, the
Oh,
tentacles of the
what's up
octopus.
with that? I haven't heard anything about that.
I don't know. I heard this. I listened to this guy named David Nino Rodriguez. He's a boxer from Texas, out of El Paso, and he does this conservative talk show, and then he also uploads interviews on his own website. I think you pay $2 a month, but he's very entertaining because he's real religious, but then he's he's as profane as uh, as any
Oh, is that right?
album. I mean, he's a boxer, and he starts every episode coming at you live from the apocalypse. I find him entertaining.
Yeah.
But anyway, he said that stuff's starting to be edited, or Rumble's starting to get a little censorious. Or is that a word? Oh, Graphic Man's in the chat, and Gotham City Comics. Good afternoon, gentle creatures. Yeah, anyone's willing. Gotham Graphic, you can come. Gotham being Kevin, and Graphic Man being Micah. You're welcome to come on. And if one of you would send the link to Eric Breen through Twitter or X. But these are weird times we're living in. It's like we're in day 2 of the footage coming out of Israel is horrific, man.
Right.
And yeah, you feel kind of like a boob showing comic books while this stuff's going on in the world. So that's why I can't keep from talking about it. It causes me to lose subscribers. I don't want subscribers that think Biden is great. So I guess I lost 4 subscribers just yesterday. It's like I'm okay as long as I don't put up new episodes. But as soon as I put up new episodes, the subscriber count keeps dropping. But anyway, I'm over 600 thanks to Todd E. Walnuts, who is a great YouTuber, friend of Meyer Greenblatt. Hopefully Meyer Greenblatt will reemerge. He's been AWOL from YouTube for at least a month. I haven't heard from him. Hope he's okay. And but anyway, so I guess people are wondering whether you're going to return, and is that a decision that's been made yet?
Well, from what I can tell, YouTube has a way of, like, they can tell what IP address you're using when you log in to YouTube. So, like, it can tell that I have had a channel or that I've already have a channel.
Right.
And so when they cancel your channel, it says, like, you cannot create another channel or, like, reinstall this channel. And I don't know how long their probation period is. I mean, the first time my channel got taken down, I waited about a year, and then I thought, let me just see if I can get back in. And sure enough, it let me back in, and it let me create another channel.
Yeah.
So I don't know how long I would have to wait before I can create another channel, or I don't know if I want to try to, like, trick the system and try logging in from somebody else's computer and creating a channel or something like that. I don't know.
So
right now, I just think I want to kind of take a break from making videos.
Yeah. But you said you had videos that you filmed that no one's seen yet.
I do. I have a ton of concert videos that I've already filmed that no one has seen. I have a ton of, I was doing those, the series collection, like, I have Conan here. Let me show my Conan collection. And I would show every issue. So I have all kinds of other series that I've already filmed that I haven't had a chance to show.
Okay, so the options to get a new IP address, do you have to get a new internet provider or
I bet that would do it. Or I've heard of some thing called a VPN. You can sign up or register for a VPN, and then that way it like hides your IP address.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody watching knows about it. So the VPN, just getting a new computer won't do it, right? You'd have to have
if I got a new computer, that would be a new IP address.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, it sounds like you need one because the computer you were telling me before we went live is your laptop is broken in half, where the top's not attached to the bottom part either. And then the other one is like this ancient. The one you're on now is this ancient thing. Just a few less variant covers a month, you could probably get a computer. They're coming down in price. Well, I don't know. And I was about to say Eric Breen's world because he's waiting. Joe Biden's world. Who knows what computers cost? Anyway, yeah, Eric Breen is here and Graphic Man is here, so let's get them on.
All right,
there's Micah, Graphic Man, and
hey,
Eric. Hey guys.
Good afternoon.
I just want to say it's an honor to be confused with Joe Biden.
It's called dementia. I'm almost as bad as he is, man. He gets around better than me. Just wow. Well, it's an honor to be with such luminaries here.
Nice to see you in person, Mike.
Yes, thank you. You too. Hi, Micah.
Hey.
Always nice to see you too, Micah.
Oh, hi, Eric.
We miss you on Fridays and Sundays.
Yeah, well, I got there about 5 minutes too late Friday, so that's why I was in the chat. So,
yeah. So, when I talked with Mike, with the Crypt Keeper, on the day that his channel was taken down, it's like he was laughing. I was like, I'm more upset, and I think Captain Strangelife is more upset than he is. Because to him it was kind of a relief, but I was like, there were all these videos I hadn't watched yet that I had in my playlist to watch later, and it's like they're gone. And then you film that one that was kind of like a sort of a tribute to the way I do my videos, and I had watched it, but I wanted to record it because that was a cool thing, and then it disappears. That's why what I hate about something as ephemeral as the internet, comic books. You put them in a box and they're there, 50 years later, they're still there unless something horrible happens, natural disaster or whatever. But the internet, you just never know. Is it going to still be there? So when the internet first came along, whenever there was something I liked, I would print it. And then I wound up with giant piles and I try to put them into books because I just thought, how do I know it'll still be there? And I'm used to periodicals, magazines, books, but the internet didn't have a feeling of permanence. Plus, it could be changed at any time with any whim of Big Brother or whatever. They can just wipe out somebody, or for political reasons.
And talking about my videos that I have on my laptop, the first time I had a channel, I thought, well, why should I use my computer's storage space when I'll just save them all on YouTube? So I had actually like deleted all my videos from my old channel because I knew they'd always be on YouTube. And then sure enough, man, that channel got taken down and I lost everything. So, I mean, at least this time I have saved, you know, if you want to call them like the videos that I care about. Like, I don't really care about weekly comic book hauls. You know, hey, I got this comic book this week. I didn't save any of those, but the ones that I took time to edit and put together, I saved all of those.
Well, you made videos that are really important, like here's series 3 of the wacky packages, and you showed every one of them with music and like things that are
yeah,
you know, really important to me, you know.
Well, same here. They're important to me too, and I thought that's, you know, why I wanted to try to save these memories so that people can go back and see them again.
Yeah. Isn't that ironic? The memory crypt gets shut down. So now it's just it's not
right.
So what is your current state of thought as far as starting the channel again? You're still waiting a little bit?
Yeah, I'm going to use this opportunity as kind of happened, and then to also use it as a kind of a good break, probably through the end of this year, and see how I feel, see what's going on in the new year, see if I feel like making videos anymore. Because right now I just feel like taking a break.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could still come on until you reestablish a channel somewhere, you know, here every month or so.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and if I have some comics that I really just have to show, I'll pop onto your channel.
Yeah. Well, so how's everybody else doing?
Good.
Paula's saying never leave anything in the cloud. The Geeky Puppet Show says I have an external hard drive for our videos. That's smart. Four terrible bites. I call them terrible bites. No, don't. She's about to chew my water bottle. She just.
Yes, a few years ago I got a terabyte. I think it was $100 back then. I think they're much lower now.
Huh. So what would a 2-hour video on YouTube? What is that in terms of storage?
Less than 1%. The terabyte is big, so you can get a lot of videos on there.
Okay. Well, what about how do you save a video from StreamYard?
I don't know yet. I just steal them right back from YouTube. So.
Oh, okay. So you're the only one, Micah, that's done the Rumble route. What is that like?
It's slow. Whereas after a 4-color fossil stream, you can start watching it live or right in the middle, or when it's over, you can go right to the beginning and watch the whole thing. However, when you upload that same video to Rumble, you'll have to wait about 2 days. Their computers are scanning it and making sure that it's okay.
Okay.
It takes them a little longer. So as soon as I upload to Rumble, I can see it, but no one else can find it for a couple of days.
Okay.
And because it's such a slow process, I haven't uploaded too many things to Rumble. I kind of got out of the habit.
I've got to go feed this dog. I've tried to upload a couple of videos to Rumble, and they only go about that far, and then they kind of fail. I just thought maybe I don't have enough memory on my phone for the process or something. I'll be right back.
Well, hey, Mike, do you have...
Yeah, I see Paulo's comment. A 2-hour video 480 to 640p resolution can be about 2 to 3 gigabytes.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much what I found. Like I would do like an hour video and it would be about 1 gigabyte.
Do you have these, Mike?
Oh no, I don't have any of those. That's another thing I'd love to get. Micah, those, I'm adding things to my want list from watching all your videos. So
There were 4 of them, but these were
those
my
are
favorite.
so cool.
2.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And now Eric will ask you a very important question.
I will. Hey, I'm just kind of listening in at the moment. But hey, while you are here, Mike, as I said, I've always wanted to thank you in person for, being basically the inspiration for what became the 4-color fossils. So thank you.
I don't know if there's a delay.
Oh, all right.
There is.
Okay.
What's up?
Yeah, from what
Delay?
I see, Eric's kind of delayed a bit.
All right.
He's still, isn't he? Okay. That happened yesterday on the Comic Book Memories show to Shannon, right?
But, Micah, can you hear me now?
I think you're a direct channel to me. You're probably delayed to them. That's
Okay, so Ken, am I delayed to you?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so you just heard me right now, right?
Yes, I heard you.
Okay, so
Yeah, I hear you right now.
Okay, great.
Okay, everything's back where it should be. So
You spoke of Meyer Greenblatt. I sent him a text trying to lure him back for this Wednesday. So I'll be showing some tales from Wells Fargo.
Oh, cool.
So that is my favorite cowboy show now. I think I like everything about it. So
yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen it. Is that on one of those UHF channels?
You can see it on a channel called Grit.
Grit. Yeah, I saw that when I was getting my tire changed once back in Texas, but I've never gotten that channel. So I guess I missed out. What's Gotham City talking about? They have glow in the dark versions now.
Oh, I was showing Mike these 2 toys.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's 4 of them, but I only got the 2 based on cost, and these were my favorite. And so Kevin is just saying that there's glow in the dark representations of those.
I've got all 4 on hold. I got a little bit of a dent from my hold stack at Gotham City, but I need to. I'll be making more dents soon, so I'll have a little bit more income soon. But right now, it's a little desperate the next week. So if anyone wants to buy episodes of Tomb of Terror for $10 each, half price sale. I don't remember my PayPal address because I'm old, but if you send me a message or in the chat or something, I'll get it from my wife and let you know, because we may need some money before Friday. So buy episodes of Tomb of Terror. But okay, so Michael Taylor's here, cool. And hello, Graphic Man. And is anyone else eating a crap ton of candy apples? No. I wish. I don't know if I've ever had a candy apple. I love fall. All the good stuff comes out. Yeah.
That's a strange puppet.
When I knew Mike was going to be here, I thought I better find something, sinister to show him.
So well, those are amazing. Absolutely.
This is not as sinister, Mike, but it's
it's well, that's after the
cool
Comics Code came in.
Here's something sinister. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's all.
Oh, that's
Okay.
awesome.
I've already told my wife if she passes before me, I am letting that hole grow out, letting it go white. You know, she wants it all neat, but I've told her I want the Gabby look
Oh,
one day.
well, shoot. So what have you acquired anything, Mike, since you were last on? Got anything interesting new?
Yeah, I've got all kinds of stuff. I got some Blu-rays I got from Horror Mike.
Yeah. Okay, let me give you the screen here. Yeah, I haven't gotten that one. I got Witch Tales, and I've watched about 75% of it. I haven't finished it yet. Oh, I think you're frozen. Oh, that's spooky when people get frozen, man. Well,
I can't see. I see all the spinning wheels. Can you see?
There you go.
You're starting to move now. You were frozen for a second.
There we go.
All right. You're good now. Okay,
right.
so that's a movie he made a few years back. That I think, from what I gather, that's not a recent movie.
Yeah, and then he included this one too.
Yeah,
and I haven't watched them yet. Have you watched your copy of Witch Tales?
I've watched some, most of it. It's interesting. It's in Spanish, and that's the way it's supposed to be.
Right.
And then if you go to the extras, there's one in English, but it's not dubbed. All the actors are bilingual, and they say their line. It's like he filmed it twice. Like I guess they filmed it in Spanish, then they filmed it in English, and so it's really two different movies. It's kind of like they did with Dracula. They filmed the Spanish version at night with the same sets and everything, but this is with the same actors. So since Spanish is their first language, the better acting is probably going to be on the Spanish version, which is why the English version just is an extra. I was watching the English version. I don't know if that's the best way to watch it. It's based on mostly, like Chamber of Chills, Harvey pre-code horror stories.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's pretty slick. It's interesting to see what Peru looks like. It's kind of in a way it's EC is such an American thing. This isn't EC stories; these are EC competitors. But the thing about EC, it was such an American thing, and it was like if Ward Cleaver, picked up an axe and went after June Cleaver, it was all so American looking, and Eisenhower, Truman era, early 50s.
Yeah.
That then they add in the horror. So when Tales from the Crypt was done by Amicus and it's done with British actors, it seemed that was like a little odd. Now we're seeing other pre-code horror from South America, but with an American director. It's interesting to see. It's like watching French guys play rockabilly or something. It's weird to see your culture come back to you, because other cultures, other countries value it more than we do. It's like they a lot of the countries don't like us the way we are now, but they loved how we used to be, and they love our old music and stuff. There's this bluegrass channel on YouTube that this guy must have thousands of vintage bluegrass albums just up, and it was I always see it. It's Takes Take, Takes Bluegrass, and I just figured, well, this guy, that's a weird name, Take. And then one day, the guy that does the channel, he's like, he does a video where he's talking about his channel, and it's like, oh, the guy's Japanese. His name is Take, and he's so into American bluegrass. How he got all these, it's unbelievable. So it's interesting to see other cultures appreciate what we do. But right now our culture is so stagnant and evil, I would think no, we just seem abhorrent. But anyway, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
It's because every time we do something, someone accuses us of appropriating it from something else.
Yeah. But comic books are an American art form. Rock and roll is an American art form. Jazz. What are the other things that we can claim that we actually created? Okay, let's see what people are saying in the chat here. Memory Crypt, that was wrong what YouTube did to you. Not even a warning. Yeah, and it was done later. I think YouTube's about to deep six a lot of people.
Yeah.
And what they're doing, it's like why are they going after Hunter Biden, but they're giving him a slap on the wrist, but not really the major things that Hunter Biden did, because they're trying to say, well, look, yeah, we're indicting and sending Trump to court 6-7 times just so he can't campaign. But look, we're equal. It's like, so what they're doing is they're about to take down a lot of people for political reasons. So they're saying, no, we're doing it across the board. We're getting these comic book people too. But you've had videos up that were overtly political. I mean, you don't normally do it, but you have some videos that were exclusively like, but they didn't get you on those. But let's see if I told Eric if he passes before me, these guys never stop to leave the front door open a crack so I don't get charged for breaking entry as I collect his comics. I didn't know that Memory Crypt was the inspiration for the Fossil show.
Yeah, does Mike know the whole kind of story on that?
Well, the cliff notes are in the next comment.
Oh yeah, I don't know that I know the story. I found Gratu through Mike, and that put the idea in my head. Okay, this is Eric talking. I found Gratu through Mike, and that put the idea in my head to get a bunch of us old guys together. Then Mike, unlike me, had the smarts to pull it together. Oh, it was originally your idea, Eric. Okay.
That's basically what I said. I found when I found Mike's channel, I got crack baby addicted to it, and then he starts talking about you, and I go, I got to check this out. And the first time I saw one of your videos, first couple of times, I just watched those slack jawed because it's just like it's just like being in a museum. And I was telling everybody, like I'm sure I DM Venkman and all the people that we now all know. I go, you got to check out this channel. It's fantastic. You got to watch Comic Crypt Castle Hills. And Mike, I apologize for the impression of you I did one night on the Fossil show. So I go, wait a second. I said, because I heard of Silver Age and Strangelife. I go, what if we could get a bunch of us together and do something as a group?
Yeah.
And I go, oh, that's great, but I don't even know how to make my own YouTube videos without help. So yeah. And Mike had been showing up in Englentine chat, and I think he might have mentioned something, probably something like, hey, unlike you, I'm not an idiot, need some help. So I go, sure. And so he put it all together, and that's how the Wednesday show came to be. Because I didn't know if I didn't know if other guys had been doing the same thing, because I was mostly on the the YouTube, the comic book YouTube. It was more in the day-to-day, watching the industry collapse part of it. And right. So, I mean, I knew of some of the older guys that weren't really a part of that, but I didn't know if anybody I didn't know if there was a JSA for fossils. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So that's how that happened. And I said, Mike was, like I said, he's patient zero.
So most of the Brady Bunch looking channels where a bunch of people are talking were mainly complaining, where they were like the Comicsgate people that were upset about things, like
justifiably so.
Oh yeah. But
I said, it's got to be. I said that after a while it gets old. I mean, I said it's, and no pun intended. I said, but this Wednesday thing, I said, I love that idea, and I love that thanks to Mike it was able to happen.
Yeah, so in other words, like a happy version of what they're doing, where you mainly concentrate on the past because it's like, why keep complaining, because it's not going to change, and
Right.
you might as well just forget and just pretend comic books died and ignore this and just concentrate on the past, because you're never going to be able to buy all the old comics. Why buy the new ones? And I was talking on my show, I buy the new ones I buy are these facsimiles, which are, I hope that trend keeps going. It's pretty impressive to, I was looking through that Detective Comics, the first Riddler. That's just a lot of fun to be able to buy a comic book.
Yeah. And I give comics a much later time of death than you do, but it's, in 2023, there's way more bad than good. And in fact, like I said, I'm filming a video tomorrow morning that, where I'm going to absolutely unload on DC, because what they're
you're
doing.
Finally going to do a new video?
Not on my channel, but I do videos on Thinking Critical.
Okay.
And it's going to be talking about the new Alan Scott Green Lantern, which is an absolute atrocity.
Oh,
yeah. But see, they set you up, because then if you say, that really, then it's like, well, you're blogophobic.
Don't care anymore.
That word. And it's like, but no, I just want things to be the way they've been for what, 70 or is it 80 years? It's probably 80.
Yeah. My basic take is I'm tired of talentless activists getting to destroy decades worth of continuity to fit a story that no one's going to remember in a year other than how bad it sucked. Yeah. But that taste is always going to be there. It's like, if you there's a guy writing Captain America now that actually likes Captain America, and Captain America actually likes America in this book.
Okay.
But you can't, in the back of your mind, so but he's a Nazi, remember? Or, he's an idiot, remember? Because how he's been portrayed for the last 15 years. Yeah. No matter how much you attempt to put the genie back in the bottle, you can't unsee things that bad writers have done to characters. Now, I realize when characters last 80, 90 years, there are going to be some bad takes. But, whether, you may disagree with what John Byrne did with the character, but what he didn't do was make the character so, like I said, he didn't make him a Nazi like Nick Spencer did with Captain America at Marvel's editorial behalf.
Yeah.
Or behest. And so I said, there are creative things that you may disagree with. And that's the kind of, so if a character's been around long enough, it's like the weather. You don't like the weather, look outside in 5 minutes, it may have changed. But when you do something like make Green Lantern go insane and kill all the other lanterns and kill the Guardians, even though someone found a clever way to undo it, it's still there. And you can't look at these characters the same ever again when, like, there's no way you can look at Alan Scott the same again after what is about to be done to him.
Yeah, or the Luke Skywalker, was about to kill people. He's like throwing away his lightsaber. He's drinking milk out of right out of the boob of some monster. I mean, just make him look like a bum. And things like that. The only things John Byrne did that bugged me was having Johnny Storm cheating, with his, with the Thing's girlfriend. It's like, what? And giving him that horrible haircut. I didn't like that. Yeah, and then the thing with Superman about to film a dirty movie with Big Barda. That
was him trying to be funny, and that didn't land for a lot of people.
That's not funny, man. That's
right. I said it didn't land.
Because Big Barda's not anything of historical. I mean, it's a Jack Kirby created character, but you don't mess with Superman. We're a young country. We don't have many folk heroes. Our folk heroes only go back a little ways. The oldest ones we have are like Davy Crockett and Daniel Boone, but Superman's up there. That's part of our. You don't S on Superman. Well,
he was, Sleaze got his comeuppance in that story, so at least but Yeah, as far as like the Johnny Alicia thing, Ben had left after Secret Wars. His life went a different direction. Alicia was still there. I could never do that, but that's basically that plot line was taken from every soap opera our mother has ever watched.
Yeah, but I don't even know what the heck Secret Wars was because I was busy hanging out with I saw that and I bought most of the issues except for it's like later, but it was like,
and it got fixed.
They're trying to sell action figures. I could tell what they were doing. That's what I didn't like, and then I just got sick of a black suit on Spider-Man. Yeah.
In favor of the Johnny Storm situation, I understood why, and I thought it brilliant that they took that story, which was kind of wonky, and make it to where that really wasn't Alicia. He really didn't cheat on Ben after all.
Yeah,
here's the problem though. You've got an alien that he's now married to. She's pregnant with the Human Torch's child. And then guess what Marvel does with it? Nothing. It just fizzles away. That's what bothered me. If you're going to go do this, it better have a reasonable conclusion. And so otherwise it's just goofing off for no reason. And that's what I can't stand.
Do you know where you got the payoff for that? The Tom DeFalco M2 with Spider-Girl and the Fantastic Five, because in that universe, Johnny and Elijah were still together. And I said they're great comics. I said that whole line was just
but
fun.
That was a 5-issue like an Elseworld.
Well, yeah, but Spider-Girl lasted 100 issues, and so that world lasted for several years.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not going to read anything called Spider-Girl. So,
actually, that was a good. When did that come out? What decade?
It started in '98 through 2006. It was their daughter.
Right. Yeah. I remember. I like that book.
You're missing out. Like I said, it was a very good series.
But see, when you burn my bridge at 93, and then you redeem yourself in 98. I'm sorry, I've already moved on.
Well, I didn't. I wasn't.
And you burned Gratu in 84, and then.
Well, I was. It's not that I was. I was always in the comic stores looking for stuff. There was good stuff afterwards. It's just, I just prefer a certain time period. And it's got to be good art too. And once all the art went computery, I could care less about that. I mean, I would come back if something was interesting. I'd come back, but I thought Spider-Girl was cool. I don't know. Things just seem to fall apart for me. Now, what are people talking about here?
Absolutely nothing. Not worth reading.
Oh, I don't know. I
in the chat. Oh, are they insulting us or something?
No. There's, Mike is about to get some apples. I mean,
I didn't know they were doing these facsimile books for a few years, so I missed out on a lot of them. And Paulo says, in the end, Johnny Alicia marriage. Oh, they got married? Yeah. Was a better story than revealing she was they married?
They got married in
stupid. No, that's stupid. And what's this with Batman having an illegitimate child? I mean, I guess that's now accepted canon because that's what this new Batman movie that is going to be made is going to. I mean, it's like, well, traditionally in this country, people married before they had children, and that's kind of,
There was a story in the 80s where it involved Talia al Ghul, and it turns out in the story, I think they made you think that the baby either died or something, but turns out it wasn't. That child is Damien, and that's the son now. They brought him in about 12 years ago, I guess, in the continuity. And
I know. And a real creative name, Damien. That's real creative. Whoever that guy was that came up with that idea. John Byrne ruined Superman by making him better than the Silver Age Superman for 30 years. No, that's not correct. I heard there's some good modern books, but usually they are independents. Yeah, when they they revamped Superman and took away all the great stuff from the Silver Age. I like the fact that there's a flying horse with a red cape and a cat and a giant key that opens up the Fortress of Solitude. I liked all those trappings, and that's I
Hey, on Paulo's comment here, when Franklin Richards is just this little kid, they couldn't resist immediately making a story where he's like 30 years old. The same with Colossus. He had a little sister, and then boom, she enters this demon realm, and she comes back an adult. It's like they do stuff like that. They can't handle kids, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. Well, yeah. Spider-Girl is awesome, Eric. Why doesn't Michael want to be cool?
See what I mean? Is
the
that the Wisconsin geek or the Florida geek I'm addressing there?
That would be the Wisconsin geek.
He was on his Froggy earlier. What's he doing?
He's a strange duck.
Oh, the other thing was making Catwoman an ex-prostitute. That wasn't even meant to be part of the continuity, and then they, of course, did it. And I heard they're going to introduce Robin in the new Batman movie. Yeah, that's what I hear. But I have faith in what's his face to do well with the DC characters, because I know he loves comics. I don't like his Twitter history, but what he's done with Guardians of the Galaxy and a movie called what was that movie called? Was it called Super? What was that movie called? Where
was that him with Rainn Wilson? Is that him? Or is that
it's a movie where it's a superhero that uses a wrench to hit people on the head, and that girl that was an X-Men that's now a guy was his sidekick.
Oh yeah, that was. It's Rainn Wilson and
that was called Super.
What is this? Is it Elmer Page now, or what?
I don't know, but that movie was. I thought that movie was great, and I loved what he did with the second Suicide Squad. I mean, the guy. Sometimes his sense of humor is a little prurient, but I like what he does. I think I'm looking forward to his version of Superman, because I think it'll be the Silver Age Superman, more or less.
That's what the Christopher Reeve Superman was.
Yeah, that's why that was good. Let's see, and instead of the frowning, I got to go down and save these people. It's like always shilling for the channel. Let's see, Super 8. No, it's okay. Well, anyway, we're ignoring Micah. Anyone have any? Micah, you got any? Not Micah. Mike. I'm sorry, my mind. Mike, you got? So you have some new books to show?
Well, I have some stuff that was inspired by you. And when you had Mike McCarthy on, I got his Damn Elvis. What is it? Daughter of Helvis?
Yeah, I noticed some of his movies are on YouTube. Oh, yeah, there's his artwork.
Oh, is that right? I need to check him out.
Yeah, I'll see if I can't find the channel and advertise it. Yeah. There's a comic book with.
And I don't know if you have your Mike McCarthy book near you, but you ought to show off that book you got recently.
Yeah, it's in a video that I filmed yesterday. The book is like an omnibus. It's all about the filming of one of his movies, Teenage Tupelo, and I there's a essay I wrote in it. I'm afraid that it's a very dangerous book to open on a live stream, because every other page is something that could what we were talking about that could get you removed from YouTube, because it's like oh wow, look at that.
Yeah, so I found these on eBay.
His artwork's very good. I wish he still did comics, but now he's exclusively doing films and also designing statues, like dignified statues of like Johnny Cash and stuff. Yeah, that's cool.
And then here's a Well, I got damn Elvis on that website, Vinegar Syndrome.
Right.
And then I found this on there too. It's New York Ninja. I got the VHS version.
What? But is there a disc actually in it?
Well, this one actually has a VHS in it.
Wow.
So I have a VCR that plays these, and I thought this would just be so appropriate to get it on VHS because I haven't watched it yet, but from what I understand, it was like made in 1984. And somehow, you guys that know about movie making, somehow the audio got separated from the video. So it was like never released.
Oh, yeah.
And then what they did was they found some people that were like just really inspired to go back in and make a whole new soundtrack for the movie. So they dubbed, it has like new, like I think it came out in 2021. They have the actors that dub the voices, and you can check out like the trailers on YouTube, and it's pretty hilarious. I mean, I just think that's just like classic 80s ninja.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a movie called The Creeping Terror?
I've heard of it. I can't remember if I've seen it or not.
You'd remember if you saw that one. It's a giant monster that's just like a carpet over several people, and it comes along and eats people. But the cool thing about that movie is it's great. They lost the soundtrack, like all the recordings of the actors talking to each other. It like fell in a lake, so they just have a narrator telling you what they're saying. So a couple will be in a car, close-ups talking to each other. John said, blah, blah, blah. And Mary said, it's just like they're telling you what they're saying. Like,
okay. No, I have not seen that.
It's a good movie. I'm trying to find Mike McCarthy's page here. So,
is he John Michael McCarthy?
Well, his name is John Michael McCarthy.
Yeah, because like if you search for Mike McCarthy, there's the Dallas Cowboys football.
Yeah, that. And if you type in Michael McCarthy Memphis, no, it's not that. The name of his movie company was like Big Broad Gorilla Monster or something, and I typed in Big Broad Gorilla, and spelled gorilla like gorilla soldier, like GU, like a, not like a gorilla ape. And I typed in Big Broad Gorilla in Memphis, and there was a rapper apparently in Memphis called Big Broad Gorilla, and so
wow.
So I let me see if I can't I'll find it here. Anyway, yeah, that book is heavy. It's just like, it's like a huge book, but it's $75. I mean, I got it free because I wrote some pages in it, a page in it, but it's, if you're into his stuff, it's worth getting that book. It's from Fantagraphics, but it's like, I don't know if I could come up with that much information about one little part of my life. It just, man. So what have you been up to, Eric?
Just working on comics, reading comics, and binging on late 50s and early 60s television.
And where are you getting the late 50s, 60s TV?
That ne'er-do-well in the chat.
Oh.
Geeky Puppet Show found a site that has a lot of public domain, things that aren't on anything. So he sent me 77 Sunset Strip, Bourbon Street Beat, Surfside 6, Hawaiian Eye, the 4 seasons of Man from U.N.C.L.E., the second and third season of Burke's Law, and then when he became secret agent Amos Burke. And I love all those shows. I can watch this all day, and I said just every chance because my DVR broke on my TV, so I can't record anything. So and whenever wrestling's on, I'm on YouTube, so I can't even watch that right now. So I've just been I'll just watch those any chance I get, and I got inspired to see if I had any Man from U.N.C.L.E. books, and I do.
Oh yeah.
So I read this yesterday. Now I'm that kind of sent me down the rabbit hole of. I showed these on the Fossils one day. Here's a Hawaiian Eye book, written by the Punisher, as it turns out. Frank Castle.
Hold on a second.
That's not my Gil Kane alarm.
No, that's Lee J. Cobb just got a call in one of the Flint movies.
Yeah.
But yeah, I said, I'm watching a ton of Man from U.N.C.L.E. So I saw one the other night with William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy in the same episode, and Warner Klemper was the bad guy. And then like 2 episodes later, John Banner is on the bad guy team.
Yeah. I told you there was a YouTube video documentary of that series, and they go into detail about how the 3rd season they got real campy.
Yeah.
Kind of like the Batman. And then they tried, I think around season 6, to get it back down, tightened up. But by then, I guess maybe it's just too inundated with Get Smart and I Spy and all these other.
Yeah, there was only 4 seasons, so I think they tried to clean it up in the 4th season, but that wasn't even a full season. And then I think there was a movie in 1967, and then maybe a couple of other reunions down the road that Thangman, if you're still listening, if you can find those and send them to me, that would be great too. But yeah, I said because I don't have the ability to find that stuff, so it's
Mike, I just want you to know company is coming in on us, so I just wanted to get on here and say howdy to you. Hope you're doing well, and hope you can put together some small package of future video presentations on some secret, mysterious new channel. That would be great. Or dare I say it, make an appearance on the Fossil sometime if you'd like. We'd love to have you. Even if it's just maybe a video presentation like I had you do that one time for us, I'll slip that in sometime. But it's good to see you, but I'm going to have to run, and I'm going to leave you in Eric's hands. So until then, have a great day.
See you Wednesday.
Thank you, Micah.
All right, we'll see you.
This happens occasionally on Gratu streams. It's either puts on a rerun or leaves it to whoever's left. So, are you reading anything? Any new stuff that's grabbing you at all?
Well, I haven't read the last couple of issues, but I have been picking up Conan from the new Titan book. And I've been picking up the new Incredible Hulk. And then other than that, pretty much just cover buys. Like I saw that Sheena that just came out with cover A was Lucio Perillo. Yeah. And then cover B was that Arthur Sudam with that bondage cover.
Yeah, this is a good friend of mine is the editor of this.
Oh yeah, you said that.
Yeah, so that's I'm not particularly a fan of modern Sheena, but for him I gave it a shot, and I'm actually enjoying this series.
Right.
I think something else that's kind of interesting is this new Vampirella. Frank Frazetta's daughter's co-writing it, and the first
Oh,
issue,
okay.
she works. There's a scene where Vampirella is talking to Frank, who's painting the cover for the first issue in the
Oh,
story.
nice.
So that's kind of a neat twist, and the art's a
Yeah.
little wonky, but I said I figure we've got a million Vampirella stories where she's running around that uniform looking hot, and if they want to make more, I'm
Right.
fine with that too. But
Right.
yeah, I said it's this is an interesting take, and I'm kind of curious to see how this series turns out. And the Conan book, I've heard nothing but excellent things about. I mean, the art is very reminiscent of John Buscema.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that. I read the 0 issue and then the first issue, because I guess that 0 issue was like a free comic book day, kind of an intro to the new series. And then I read the first issue, and I haven't read it since. I picked up 2 and 3, but I haven't read them yet.
Yeah, I was never a big fan of that genre. But when I
Uh-huh.
first started reading comics in the mid '70s, Roy Thomas and John Buscema were on Conan, so I read those, and if I come across those, I will pick them up because sentimental reasons. But
Yeah.
but like I said, I mean, I do understand that this new one, everybody that's read it is loving it, and a lot of the people that are saying that are as critical of new comics as I am.
Right,
So
right.
there definitely has to be something to that.
Well, and the artwork is incredible. Now, I don't know. I think I've heard Gratu talk about it. I don't know who mentioned it, but apparently there's going to be a new artist in a few issues. I don't know if that's true or not.
Just for a few issues. I'm guessing the guy has to catch up. So there's going to be a fill-in for like issues 4 and 5 maybe, and then whoever did the first 4 will be back.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like I said, there's so much bad art in comics now that if somebody that's that good has to take a couple months off, I guess that's the price we pay now. But speaking of it,
Yeah, I said that on my I did a Conan episode where I showed like the early Barry Windsor Smith, and I said the same thing. Like, Barry, man, if they have to have a fill-in issue here and there so that you can get caught up on the artwork, that please take your time, man, and keep doing that great artwork, because they did that with a few issues with Barry Smith. They had to have fill-in issues.
I'll tell you, there's another the Tarzan series that just finished up from God, I can't remember what company that
I think it was Dynamite.
Yeah, and Dan Jurgens wrote it, but the artist looked like a combination of John Buscema and Jackson Geiss. And it was it's the best art I've seen in 2023 on anything, and that was really enjoyed that.
Yeah, I picked up those issues too.
Yeah, so I was never a huge Tarzan. If I become I'll say one thing for the Fossil Show, in addition to being a lot of fun, has been rough on the old finances because they have sent me down so many rabbit holes that I would have never gone down otherwise.
Yeah.
And I've gained a great appreciation for not only like Dell Gold Key comics, but some of the characters that I just never really been that much of a fan of. Now I'm a huge Tarzan fan. And if I find the old Dells or Gold Keys or those Tarzan 100-page super spectaculars from DC, I can't get enough of them now.
Yeah, right.
Because I've heard you mention being inspired by Gratu, and God damn, Mike, these guys have just, like I said, it's been as far as like being a lifer in this hobby, that was just like a shot of B12, because there's just so much stuff that you think you've seen it all. You haven't seen shit.
Yeah.
Until you realize, how much stuff there is out. And that's why it kind of sucks that that new comics are terrible. But on the other hand, it's given me a chance to go back and find things that I would have missed otherwise. And there's 80 years to, and most of them are well worth mining from. And so I figure,
yeah.
I mean, hell, I'm 61. I've got plenty to, keep me busy.
Right, right.
Well, I hope Drew didn't run away.
Well, I can show some stuff. It's too bad not full screen, but I picked up a couple of these treasury editions from DC. Nice. If you want to say kind of hard to believe, I've never owned these before. I picked these up recently. I guess I was always just a Marvel zombie. I had all the Marvel treasury editions and never even looked at the DC. So I got that, and I got the House of Mystery.
Very cool.
Yeah, these are wonderful.
When I sold my collection, I kept my treasuries in my digests for some inexplicable reason.
Oh, okay. Let's see what else. I got here's some new books. Godzilla.
Yeah, I heard about that. See, there's a Godzilla versus King Kong with the Justice League thrown in coming out.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this is War for Humanity. Good.
I said I'm not big on licensed properties, but the Godzilla Marvel series I loved.
Oh yeah, same here. And then speaking of Frank Frazetta,
cool.
Have you been picking this up, The Death Dealer?
I'm not even sure I'm not sure our shop is getting that. That doesn't look familiar.
It's from Opus Comics.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that when next time I'm there.
Okay, well, sorry guys.
I got some of the new R.L. Stein stuff with nightmares.
No, these look
neat. Doing comics now?
Francesco Francavilla.
Yeah, I've never seen these.
Here's a Lucio Perillo cover for you. Vampirella and Dracula, The Rage.
Huh. Yeah, I heard about that artist from you for the first time.
And then here's another artist, Selena.
That's beautiful.
And then I thought this was a cool cover. Kind of like a movie poster type cover. And then I got the cosplay cover.
Nice.
Oh, and then I think, Eric, you've been picking up the Elvira, right? Monsterland.
Yes. Yeah, fun series.
Let's see. And then here's the photo cover. And then I've been getting the Betty Page, Joseph Michael Linsner. And then I got to get anytime you can get a photo cover with Betty Page, I try to pick those up. And then, of course, out of respect for Gratu's channel, I'll keep them in the black bag. Oh, and then here, let me show Ken. Let me show these again. I got these Treasury Edition from DC, House of Mystery, and Ghost. Yeah, I haven't had these before, so real glad to finally pick these up.
And they're great on our aging eyes.
I know, right?
Digest, on the other hand,
Well, that's why I keep my official Gratu magnifying glass with the, what is it, radioactive lighting.
I'm real close to getting one of those myself. It's not like these tiny paperbacks have large print.
Oh, I know. Here, let's see. I've got some new comics. Of course, it's that time of year for Creep Show.
Now, have you been reading those?
I read the first series, but I haven't read this one yet. I think, did issue number 2 just come out, or is coming out?
The first series, the first 2 issues, I thought were terrible, with like one exception. So I bailed on it. So I don't know if that's what I was asking, if the second series has gotten any better.
Yeah, I haven't read it yet, but I mean, I felt kind of the same way. You know, like there might be 1 or 2 good stories out of 3 or 4.
Did they try to make the art look like 50s art?
Oh, they're not.
Yeah, here you go, Gratu. There's your cramps.
What is that exactly?
I don't know. It's called The Madness from AWA. Mad Revenge on Bad Heroes.
Okay.
Now that company does a lot of good stuff, so I will give them. That's enough to at least make me think about it.
Oh, and then here's my free comic book day.
Did that just happen?
Not free comic book day, but Batman Day.
Oh, they had Batman Day. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1 for 2 there.
Hulk number 4 with the Man Thing.
Huh. That artwork doesn't look too bad.
Oh, and then this was like a 1 in 10 incentive cover for Death Dealer.
Yeah. Everybody's doing that cover lately. I think Conan the Barbarian did one,
and then here's another one. I haven't read this one yet, but I had to pick it up.
Oh, okay. What happened to did Micah have to go or something?
Gaia's Company.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't know if he just dropped off. So that's what the werewolf looks like now. Oh, 1 shot.
Werewolf by Night. Here's an Adam Hughes cover.
Okay.
And then this is like a 1 in 25.
Someone's selling a Werewolf by Night shirt, button-up shirt. I saw. I took a screenshot.
Is that right?
Of it. Yeah, it's really cool.
I have a question. Why did an artist as good as Adam Hughes make Elsa Moonstone look like Lena Dunham on that cover?
Who's Lena Dunham?
You don't want to know. Trust me.
Here, I'm going to give myself the shot for a second.
Okay.
Look at this. Look at this shirt.
Wow.
It's apparently a company called Plus Clothes Man, so it's for guys that are overweight. So it might fit me. Plus Clothes Man.
Wait a minute. Marketing comic book shirts to overweight dudes.
It's shocking, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah,
that's great.
I've been ignoring the chat. Let's see. Michael Taylor said the villains in the new Batman movie have a different look to them. Are you talking about the newest one where the Riddler doesn't look anything like the Riddler? I guess that's what he's talking about. So, yeah, I didn't get very far in that movie. I was watching it on HBO. I think I got about 10 minutes into it. My wife didn't want to watch it, and I haven't had a chance to get back to it. I mean, maybe is it good? Has anyone seen it? It just seemed wildly inappropriate to what the characters are and have been, and I, Bruce Wayne with long hair. I don't know about that. Let's see. But maybe it's good. I didn't give it a chance. Where is my MC2 Omnibus Marvel? What does that mean?
That's what we're talking about, Spider Girl and Fantastic Five.
Oh, okay. So the Spider Girl thing is completely alternate timeline than the real Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I always thought that maybe that was a possible future or something.
If they were smart, it would have been.
Let's see. I saw the 78 Superman and 89 Batman movies in the theaters. Yes, I was excited they brought them back to the big screen after so many decades. They brought them back to the screen. I guess he means in the Flash movie?
No, I think there are some movie theaters. Like about 3 or 4 years ago, I saw North by Northwest in a theater.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then you saw they'll put like Bogart movies out and whatnot.
Yeah. The AMC back where I used to live would do that. They'd have King Kong for one showing or something. The real King Kong. New York Ninja, says Eric Breen. And then okay,
that's
a reference to airplanes.
When we do our readings, whenever someone says New York City, we do that paste that New York City. That was from.
Yeah, I'm not as good at reading comments as
for those in the chat. They're going, what are those idiots doing?
Yeah. Creeping Terror 1964. That was hilarious. Oh, what the heck? Okay, so Michael Taylor. There's a Penguin show coming soon based on the one in the recent movie. Oh, the Penguin was in that movie too? Okay, I didn't get that far. Yeah, that's a show I'll definitely miss. I didn't like the look of the villains in the recent Batman movie. I agree with you. I didn't like much of it. I went to the Penguin show in Juarez. Good time. Uh-oh. Meyer's here. Oh, all right, Meyer. Come on if you want. I've been missing your channel. That was Basil calling on Austin Powers. I don't see. If I was Dr. Silverage, I'd be laughing hysterically, but I don't understand.
See, it's a generational thing because your phone rang. I made an In Like Flint reference. He goes to Austin Powers.
Oh yeah, because Austin Powers is making a reference to Flint.
So
yeah, okay. So you got the original reference. Yeah,
I'm old. As is pointed out, every chance these guys get.
I had to microwave a meal for my wife, but the microwave was in the elevator shaft, so I had to take it out of the elevator shaft, and then it's got a cord this long. I was taking it back to the basement, so I had to plug it in the attic and put her food in, and then everything happened all at once. That's where I went. Love to do a Mystery Science Theater style video for the Creeping Terror. I'm pretty sure it's in public domain. I think it is. Biographic Man, yeah, Memory Crypt would be a perfect addition to the fossil panel. The main reason he can is to use natural light. So he's got actual sunlight there, and at nighttime, if the fossils was in the morning, maybe sometimes Gratu, Apollo says, sometimes Gratu goes to feed his dog, and we just stare at his chair for 10 minutes. Yes, that's correct. I was watching Miami Vice because I don't know how to edit, and just, and I don't know. It's, to me, does anyone else do that? I think it's creative. I went to the supermarket and came back one time back in Arlington in the middle of a show. I was gone for 20 minutes. I don't know. I just put up a show that went live about 2 minutes before I started the live stream.
It's like, why won't this guy respond to my chat?
Huh?
It's like, why won't this guy respond to my? Oh, wait a minute.
I was watching Miami Vice last night. Esai, I never knew how to pronounce that. Morales and David Patrick Kelly guest starred. I could never take that show, man. I hear people say it's good. I couldn't take the look of the show. That's one of the reasons I hated the 80s so much. I hated their hair, their clothes, the music, everything about Miami Vice. Maybe it was a good police show. And then when he made the same, whatever, the guy that made To Live and Die in LA, I couldn't take that just because it had that same horrible look. Boy, I was glad when the 80s ended. But then the 90s weren't much better. The new Titan Conan book has been good. Yeah, Gotham, Kevin, you should come on. This is his day off, but maybe he wants to relax. Good afternoon, kiddies, says Missing Mars. Sully from Commando was in Miami Vice. Matrix would kill him a year later. Commando, the Schwarzenegger movie?
Yeah.
Sully... Isn't Sully from X-Files?
Sully. No, he was I think the actor's name is like that. Daniel Patrick Kelly. He's a little wormy dude. He was in 48 Hours. He was the guy that was running away, and Eddie Murphy opened the car door and he wiped out on. He goes, "Oh, Luther, did that hurt? That looked real painful." That guy. Right. And then in Commando, he's another worm. He's the one that Schwarzenegger's holding over the cliff.
Yeah, I saw Commando in the theater. I mean, my friend and I, we saw Terminator, and we'd seen Conan, and we had a certain standard for Schwarzenegger. Then Commando came out. It's like, what?
There will be no besmirching of Commando in my presence, sir.
I don't know.
That to me, that is.
I didn't even like Predator. Movie. I didn't like Predator. Maybe it's great. Titan Comics has Conan. Dynamite has Tarzan. What?
We were talking about Tarzan while you were gone.
Strangelife. Ken, I don't see a link in the chat. It's at the very beginning. I'll put it there again. Hold on. Let me finish reading this, Hans, if you're watching. Obviously you're watching. I have a French-made Tarzan graphic novel with art by Rob de la Torre. Titan's Conan artist. Okay.
Yeah, Hans, there may be a link in the Geeky Puppet Show because
I'll just go ahead and post it. But it's gonna probably cause me to have to find where I'm at again. I don't know, maybe not. Okay, it should be there. Okay, but it kept me where I'm at. Yeah, Memory Crypt. You could still go on panels. I'm a regular in the fossil. I don't have that one up on the screen. You could still go on panels. I'm a regular in the fossil chat, comic book memories chat, or Mike chat. I highly recommend those shows. Yeah, but we don't want to just see Mike in the chat. We want to. Yeah, that's true. I guess so. Well, but don't you have to have a name? I don't think YouTube will even let you create an identity if you've been ghosted by them, or will it?
I mean, right.
I don't know. I can always join. As far as getting in, I have some romance issues. Okay. The artist who worked on those Tarzan books is Benito Gallego. He's also done work for Warrant Publishing.
It
looks great, but it looks great. I haven't read those books yet. They look great, but still, to me, it's like saying that Elvis impersonator is great. He really looks like Elvis. He really looks like a young 1956 Elvis. Wow, and he sounds like him too. to me, that's kind of what it's like. It's like what's his face that was the Kirby impersonator back in the 90s that was really pretty good. What's his name again?
DeFalco.
The guy that did Thor for a while, and it really
Ron Friends.
Yeah, I mean, am I gonna like? I mean, Ron Friends, it's great. He's really good at imitating Kirby, but am I gonna like sing his? I'm being a real asshole today. I'm sorry, but I mean, it's like really good. That really kind of looks like an old Marvel comic, but you know, I kind of would like you to have bring something new also with it. You know, like Mike Plug looks a lot like Will Eisner, but he brings something new. It's not exactly Will Eisner. There's Captain Strangelife. Hello there.
Hey, how you guys doing? Mike, how you doing? The Crypt of Castle Hills I'm talking about.
I think he's frozen. Or are you? Well, he's getting unfrozen. I'll keep going with the chats.
Hi, Eric. How you doing?
Hey, Hans.
Let's see. Double-digit views, and the host isn't even here. Oh, are we? We have double-digit. Yeah. The whole. I have to. You know. I'm sorry. Fantastic Death Dealer cover. I love Vampirella, just not what Christopher Priest is. Or who the heck is that? That must be the current writer. He doesn't understand the character. Yes, she's got pointy elf ears. What? Pick up Vampirella, Dead Flowers. No, thank you. Sarah Frazetta wrote it. Okay. So, because her dad is a great artist, I'm being a jerk. I need to shut up. Is she a good writer? I mean, it's always possible.
Well, we were talking about that also. It said there's what she did in the story was the first scene is Vampirella talking to Frank while he's painting the cover for the first issue of the magazine in 1969.
Why don't they have him? Why don't they have Trina Robbins there? She's really the one that designed the suit and everything. I mean, Frank Frazetta painted that probably in 5 minutes. It was a beautiful painting, but it's Trina Robbins. Oh well, Betty. I'm just trying to be a contrarian today. Betty Page. Too bad Jambo isn't here, or the Jackson Roy Kirk. Okay, Eric. They made. It's a lot more fun when Dr. Silverage reads the comments because he laughs hysterically at all of them, and I'm just kind of whatever. I don't even know what you're talking about. Like Memory Crypt, fantastic books. That's funny. I'm sorry. Captain Strangelife. Ken, do I need a link? Hey Hans. Hey Captain.
That was earlier.
I know. I'm trying to read them.
Oh,
it's because I like to. Yeah. Yes. What volume 2, number 2? What does that mean?
Creep show.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. Book is awesome. J. Michael Straczynski. Here, let's see. Cool Hulk 4. Go ahead, Vink. Conan movie. Osage. What does that mean? Oh, homage. Sorry. Yeah, they spelled correct. They corrected it to Osage. Very good, StreamYard. Very cool Werewolf by Night books. Hello to Eric B. and Mike Memory Crypt. Yes, it's all right. Didn't love it. Hey Meyer, miss you, bud. There's old and there's Eric Breen. When I was a boy, old apples for gratu. Okay. Yeah, I need apples. Hans can only get the link through email. That's why I emailed him. Okay, sorry. The no need for YouTube account to join StreamYard stream. No, there isn't. But to get in the chat during YouTube, you've got to have a name. Let's see. The guy that played Elvis in the movie looked nothing like him. Yeah, but somehow he conveyed something. It worked. That was actually was a pretty good movie. Hey, look at that good-looking panel. Yes, thank you. Okay, we're finally done. Whew. Okay. So much for the peanut gallery. Oh, someone said something else. Sorry, spell correct. Okay. All right. All right, so how you doing, Hans?
Oh, not too bad. Hey, Mike, Memory Crypt, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Your lips are out of sync, but we can hear you. It's like a Japanese movie.
I was just saying hi, and you didn't respond, so I didn't know if you heard me. Or
oh, yeah, he was frozen. Yeah, he freezes so occasionally.
Oh, okay.
So, Yeah, the link is. I'll do the link again in case Meyer or anybody else or Kevin Johnson wants to come in, or you can just keep watching. So yeah, Hans is
600.
the
Oh,
first
well, you're at
person to
6.
discover that Mike had been deep sixed by YouTube, and
Yeah.
yeah. So,
Well, you're over 600 now. What, 628, 25?
who, me? Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Well,
You're going up there.
It got to 629, but then I did 2 episodes yesterday, and there must have been 4 people that were annoyed by me, so they unsubscribed.
Well, I was up on Instagram. I was up to like, I don't know, 259 followers, and then the other day I went down to 200 and what, it was 259, then I went down to 255 or something. So I don't know.
Yeah. Did you
They get
post something
offended by
political?
whatever, you know.
Did you? What I every so often I like to post like a pro Trump thing on Instagram, and then it weeds out the people that you don't really want following you. And then I made it private so they can't get back, so they're gone. Let's see, where am I at now? Oh yeah, that's right. This is ostensibly a 600 subscriber party. It's like, let's see what I've got. It's not anything I did. It's this cool YouTube guy named Todd E. Walnuts that you all should subscribe to. He does these videos where he talks about horror magazines and DVDs and records and all kinds of stuff. And he always films the stuff laying on his bed with these 2 giant dogs that are always there, omnipresent in every video. He's just a voice, and it's almost like what do they call that? OSI, OSR, where they have the calm voices. What is that?
Oh, ASMR.
ASMR.
Yeah, it's almost like that, but he's talking about Creepy and Vampirella, and he discovered my channel. I don't know if it was through Meyer Greenblatt, but he puts these things up on his channel to recommend me, and then a lot of his people come over and so I've got about 30, at least 30 subscribers through him, maybe more. So that's what got me over 600, because I was permanently stalled there. And he's just a really nice guy. Let me see if I can't find that. Anyway.
Do you think he sedates those dogs because they're just laying there?
I don't think, but yeah, they never start chewing on anything. If it was me, I wouldn't put books on a bed with Drew.
I was going to say, yeah, they're definitely not Drew.
Yeah, it's a real calm place to be. His channel.
That's probably somebody I would check out.
Yeah. I'm still trying to find. I've had it found downstairs, but I'm trying to find Mike McCarthy's website. This is the one that you want to go to for the guy I'm talking about. See, this guy's got almost 10,000 subscribers, so he's pretty big time, and he's bigger than any of us, even bigger than Hans. And Hans.
Todd E. Walnuts.
Todd E. Walnuts. Don't ask me. Maybe it's his real name.
No, that's a takeoff on Paulie Walnuts from The Sopranos.
Oh, I never would have guessed that in a million years.
Yeah, neither one of
So he's like,
I got to write that down.
Unboxing Halloween horror records, he does. But he over on, there's a tab that I didn't even know about on YouTube where it says community, and he keeps doing these promos for me. It's really great. It says, my friends, Ratu Orloff will be live streaming sometime tonight. This is last Saturday when I thought I'd get my Wi-Fi back. Streaming sometime tonight to celebrate his 600 subscribers. This is a great milestone. Let's subscribe to him and join his live stream to show support and congratulations. He'll be glad to see you there. Trust me, it's a great show. Here's his link. And then 3 weeks ago, he's doing the same thing. I'm on a mission to help a fellow YouTuber reach a milestone. Dr. Ratu Orloff is only a few subscribers away from reaching 600. That's a great achievement. Let's make a push here and help him get to 600 and many more. make sure to congratulate him too. That thanks, it means a lot. His link is below, and then
that's pretty nice of him to do that.
Yeah, and then he did it a long time ago. Where is it? He did it another time. Anyway, yeah, it's really cool, especially someone that's big time compared to me. If I could just get Comic Tom to do that, I guess I have to stop making fun of him. Let's see.
Oh boy.
No, he's a great member of the community.
Yeah, he is, but he kind of makes me nervous. He's got that
spastic energy. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I get nervous at a lot of comic stores and conventions, is because I'm surrounded by very. Of course, you only need 500 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time to apply for YouTube monetization. Not exactly. You really need 1,000, from what I've read.
That's what I've.
They dropped it down.
Yeah, I think it's a different kind of monetization. I think it's monetization where you can have them. You can join the Gratu Club, and I'll give you special little erasers that I've written Gratu on with ink pen, and then you pay $25. You can do that with $500. Make money on the side by having them join little clubs, but to actually make money with commercials and stuff, I think you still have to have 1,000, because someone was telling me that, and I looked it up, and it looks like that's still the way it is supposed to be. But you don't make big money on YouTube, but
no, I monetize. I get like $100, maybe $100 a year, or 130 or something like that at the end of the year.
But if you were to make it where you did a show every 2 days or daily, you could probably get maybe 1,000, wouldn't you think?
I don't know. I don't even monetize all the videos,
Oh, you can press a button whether you want to monetize it or not.
Yeah.
And then if you monetize it, they subject it to more scrutiny, right?
Right. They give you they're doing checks, what they call checks, to see if there's anything inappropriate there before they can monetize you. And it takes a little bit longer to upload that way.
So if you say Joe Biden is incompetent, that makes it not monetizable, or?
I don't think so. I mean, everybody's entitled to an opinion like that. You can say the same thing about Trump or whatever. I couldn't possibly see them demonetizing you because of something like that. I think it's mainly vulgarity and controversial issues, things like that, sex and violence, guns. You talk about guns, alcohol, things like that. But
okay. Let's see what people are saying here. Todd E. Walnuts is how I found you. He's super nice. Cool. Sopranos was a great show. Yeah. Except I don't like. There were some times that I was like, why am I watching this? Todd E. Walnuts collects everything under the sun, movies, magazines, etc., mostly horror related. Hit that like button, fellas. There was a scene where he went to that female psychiatrist in every episode. There was a scene where something horrible happens to her. I don't want to mention what happens to her, because on a fire, I don't know, on some stairs, and they showed the whole thing that happened to her. And that's, I don't want to see that in movies or TV shows or entertainment. I don't want it in comic books. It's a particular crime that and it's like, okay, they put it there because maybe he's going to find out about it, Tony Soprano, and get, rub out the guy that did this thing to her. I don't think that ever even happened. So why am I watching that? Why would I want to see the full thing? And it's like, because it's on HBO and they can, is all I can gather. And I things like that and it happens so much in our culture, just stuff put into, it seems like it's just there to degrade our culture and bring us down a few notches, just part of the Marxist takeover. Everything they can to just knock us down, you know. Let's see. What is Paula saying? To have regular viewers in the thousands and keep them, you need to do about 3 videos a day. I don't think so. Well, but if you do 4, one of the videos won't send notifications. Isn't that too many to do in one day? What do you guys think?
I know Wes does 3 a day generally, and he's gone. He's up to about 32,000 subscribers now, and they come out same time every day.
Okay, 3 a day. How long are they?
It could be anywhere from 10 to 16, 17 minutes.
That's what YouTube wants. They want short videos.
Yeah, he's done all the research on what works and what doesn't, and he does a show every Saturday at 10 o'clock, which I no longer watch for obvious reasons. But and he's got a formula that works for me. He's it's like he's an official YouTuber. But
well, when I do short videos, they don't get hardly even 100 views. I think what I do is different. I think some people, maybe older people, want longer videos because they can listen to it maybe at work in their headphones and it just plays and they don't have to every 10 minutes try to find another video. Maybe it's that. But I noticed
I like the bag and board while y'all are talking.
Yeah, and I think if I put up a short video, just sometimes because my phone does something crazy and it's accidentally short, or I get a phone call coming through that I have to take, and it's, well, I liked what I did, so I put up it's 15 minutes. It's not going to get, no one's going to watch. Not many people are going to watch it.
And I don't know. I kind of like those situations like that. And then sometimes when you don't do it as much anymore, but we used to drop the camera, and you're it's their natural habitat, man. I like those kind of videos.
I used to do longer videos. They're getting shorter because the memory dies on my phone. But I have to get a new phone. But I
got some comics. You guys want to, if you want to see it,
Huh?
I got some comics if you want me to show them.
Oh, yeah, I thought you said comments. Oh, yeah, definitely. Let me give you full screen.
Okay, let's see what I got here. I got some EC. No, man, who did this cover? I don't. This is the Haunted Fear number 27 from EC.
Oh, wow.
You know who? Does anybody know who did this cover? Was it Jack? Oh, wait a minute. God darn it, I don't know. Evans.
Could be George Evans. Horror Experience asked if you're limited as a new YouTube person on how long you can make a video. I don't think so. Cleaning up the dog ass is always a highlight. I think I did a video a couple of years ago where I filmed the dog doing.
There's 25 from the Haunted Fear.
Yeah, usually the art on EC is square like that, and then they have a color behind the title. But the one you just showed is kind of unusual in that the art extends under the logo.
Right. Yeah. Nice. I think it's George Evans.
That would be easy for someone to look up real quick on mycomicshop.com and let us know.
This one's pretty beat up. Oh, wait a minute. Is that the same? No, it's the same one. Maybe I'll give one of these away on my Halloween special. It's this one.
Oh, shoot. That makes me want to not be on and makes me want to be in the chat to win that, man.
You know what? I got an update on that. I should tell you right now. Horror Mike and I are the only ones that are going to be excluded. Anybody else that's on the show or in the chat is going to be eligible to win.
Oh, all right, cool. Well, Michael Taylor's pointing out there's a movie that takes place in the 70s called Licorice Pizza. There's a scene of a fair where they showed the 66 Batmobile and the monsters at a table. The movie was pretty good. Yeah, that movie, they have like a teenage fair, and it has all the stuff we love at it. That scene is amazing. If you guys see, it's streaming on something we watch.
There's 24.
Wow.
What is that here? I think I might have shown this before. This is a double cover, actually.
Did you buy these all in the early 70s?
These I bought late 70s. Some of them were in the early 70s, a few, but mostly late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah.
And this, I think, what did I write back here? It's from 1953, number 21, double cover, and that's it.
What do you think you were paying for them back then? Like $30?
I think Graham Mangles might have did the cover in this. Yeah, he did, because he signed it right there, Ghastly. That's how he signed his name.
Yeah.
Ghastly. Let's see. This was sometimes I write the price down of when I bought it. If I can read this thing here. No, I think I might have paid $92 for this in the later 80s, I guess.
Oh, okay.
But it's a double cover. I didn't even know when I bought it. I didn't know it was a double cover, and they didn't really mean anything to me. But nowadays, double covers bring more money. The time when I was buying them, a lot of people didn't even want them because they had double covers. It's just crazy. Let's see. This one I bought at Chicago Comics on Clark Street, and I bought that in 2003 for $75.
Wow, that seems pretty cheap for 2003.
Well, that's when I got it. Yeah, 2000.
Well, that's a good deal. Guess that's a good deal. Because now it would be what do you think? At least 500 or more?
Oh, I don't know. Well, it depends on it's a pretty good condition too, but
yeah,
he might have given me a break on this because I was buying other stuff. So it could be that he gave me a nice break on it, but that is what I paid for it. I got it written down right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must have been. Here's another one from Chicago Comics, also 2003. This one cost me $50.
Yeah, that's a great cover. Yeah.
And this one I got for free from a dealer. The cover was totally split on it. I bought some other stuff, and he just sent me this one. He just threw it in there as an extra.
Yeah,
but it's low grade. It's not missing any pages, but it's it's tanned. A little bit brittle around the edges, and the cover was entirely split. So he kind of threw it in there because I was buying from him before several times. And then I got this one's in pretty low grade too. Incredible Science Fiction number 33 with
wow.
I think Al Feldstein. Well, he wrote most of the stories anyway. I think this is a Wally Wood cover, and I think Al Feldstein wrote 90% of the stories for EC.
Didn't he collaborate with Gaines?
Yeah, Gaines wrote a lot of the stories, but Feldstein was the primary writer, I think, on most of that stuff. This is from 1953, Wally Wood. Oh, talk about Wally Wood. I should show this one, man. It's one of my favorite ones up here. This is the one that inspired the Mars Attack cards.
Have you seen the life-size Mars Attacks soldiers?
The life-size?
From Spirit Halloween has these life-size.
Oh no, I didn't.
Actually, they're 6'5", I think.
Oh no, they probably want $1,000 for that.
I think they're selling them for 400. They're sold out, so now they're on eBay around 500 to 600.
Wow, man, I couldn't
But it
afford that. Man. I'd
lights
rather
up.
buy a comic book, man. You know, this is
Yeah.
a great cover, Wallywood.
Yeah.
And what's this here? Oh, Land of the Lost. Oh, this is something you don't see too often. An educational comic.
Was that based on a cartoon series or was it based on a radio series?
There
was.
this was a radio program back in the
That's what I
day.
thought. That's what I thought. Yeah.
And I don't think it ever became anything on TV, but it would have been great. You know, I mean, this was what kids would, they would all gather around the radio and use their imagination.
Right.
Today, there is no more imagination. There's just, what kind of hooligan stuff can we do when we go out at 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, you know?
Oh boy, yeah.
This is from Mad Comics. This is number 22 from 55.
Yeah.
Spoof on Picasso. Oh man. Here's another Mad comic. This is number 8. And then this is my favorite. This is the favorite Mad comic that I have. That's a spoof on Archie. Calls him Starchy.
Right. Yeah, that was EC's death knell, because the guy that ran Archie Comics, was his name Goldwater or something like that.
Yeah.
He was the guy that spearheaded the whole comics code, and he was so pissed about that Archie parody. It was hilarious.
Well, when they got the comics code going in October of 1954, they hired that judge from New York, Charles Murphy, and I think he was head of the comics code. He did he made all the rules and regulations, and even he had it for 2 years, but then he never got elected again, because even the people that wanted him in the first place thought this guy is just too strict and too crazy. You know, they got somebody else after that. But that was Charles Murphy who did a lot of that. And then I don't know, man.
They pushed it pretty far though with that Archie. Well, in general.
Well, yeah, they did. You want me to show some of the interior?
I mean, the principal's chasing them around the desk in the office, and there's hypodermic needles falling out of Betty and Veronica's purses.
Oh man!
It's
yeah, they're showing some, little bit of the headlights here on the girls and stuff.
That's the way Archie was actually doing it at the time. So they were pointing out what Archie was doing. If you look at Archie from the early 50s, that was very much, wow, looks like a brand new comic. That's so great.
No, not brand new. It's got a split on the top about an inch. I don't remember was there hypodermic needles?
Look carefully. I'm pretty sure, if not, and maybe bloody brass knuckles.
Well, look at her. They sure emphasize the breast, though. That's for sure. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, that's the way it was in the real comics, though. But yeah, see if it's probably the bottom panel of the first page where the principal's chasing her.
Really?
It's somewhere in that story, and then they've got Reggie naked, and they're aren't they beating
I don't remember
brass
that.
knuckles and stuff. You know, it's almost looked like what's coming out of Israel, what they're doing to Reggie, and that it's so perverse.
Oh man. Well, maybe I'll take a look at it. Oh yeah, you're right. There he is. Well, they don't show anything, of course, but yeah, he's naked.
Yeah, but it's still A children's comic, ostensibly.
Well, yeah, right. You don't do that, but
I mean, there is hypodermic needles in that story if you look. And then they've got zip guns too, homemade guns.
oh man, it's been so long since I've read this. I
Look
remember
where they're
that.
running. Look where Betty and Veronica are running, and see what you see falling out of the purse. Will Elder was a genius.
Yeah, Bill Elder. Yeah. I'm looking at that. They don't have anything there, not on the first panel. I don't see anything.
It's in there somewhere.
Yeah, I'll look at it later. I don't want to waste,
Yeah.
too much time on all this here. But here's a piracy #1. These are not that expensive. There's a story in here. Al Williamson does a story in here, and Wally Wood cover.
I don't know why they thought kids would be interested in a psychoanalysis comic, though. But I can see pirates, but
I love the pirates. That's part of the way I got my name, actually. There's Shock Suspense #14. I mean, that's a pretty violent cover, I guess, man.
Yeah.
Guys getting shot up. And I think this was used in the Senate hearings, too, for in 1954. Of course, what's his face didn't help it matters that much. This is another favorite cover of mine, #13, Shock Suspense Stories. With the cover, Al Feldstein did the cover on this. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Let's see, #43, 1954. If I remember this one right, I think there's a Frazetta story in here. I think this is one with a Frank Frazetta story.
Is Feldstein credited on the cover as having done that?
No, but I know he.
That kind of looks like Reed Crandall to me. At least the girl does.
Really? Well, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm thinking of the writer, but he wrote practically everything anyway. You might be right, actually. There's nothing in here though, but yeah, I think you could be right, Eric.
What issue is that?
This is number 13.
All right, let's see if I can.
Well, I know Feldstein wrote the stories in here. This is in nice shape. I remember buying this from Larry's comic book store back in mid to late 70s. What did I pay? Yeah, somebody wrote something on the back there. $50 and Frazetta. So there's a Frazetta story in here as well. Are you looking this up, Eric?
Yeah, but I'm not having any luck finding the cover artist.
What about Grand Comics Database?
That's what I'm on.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Feldstein writer. Let's see.
One.
Looks like Jack Kamen did the interior art on some of the stories, but
yeah, there was Kamen, Frazetta, and Feldstein on the stories, and it could have been. This is Feldstein right here on the cover on this one.
Yeah, that looks more like Feldstein to me. I mean, than the other one did, but I can't say for sure because I can't find it.
What else did I get? One more. Oh, I have another. I might give this one away too. I don't know. I have this is another low grade. I got another copy of this that's signed by Feldstein, and I can't find the damn thing. But I know I have it here somewhere. I'm always misplacing stuff and losing shit. It's unbelievable. But it's got a Wally Wood stories in here. It's a pretty famous cover. You get struck by lightning, you can see it right there in the reflection in the window. His face is melting. And I think there's stuff in here that they adopted from Ray Bradbury.
Oh, Jack Kamen.
Jack Kamen, okay. I'm gonna write that down in there right away. You got one on top. Jack Kamen, yeah. Thank you for looking that up. Thanks for looking it up.
No problem. Said my comic shop. A lot more information than Grand Comic Base, whatever the hell it was.
1952. This was used in Seduction of the Innocent as well. This is Shock Suspense number 4.
Yeah. I think the electrocution cover was too. I know the one with the guy hanging and his neck broken.
Oh yeah, we had a lot of that. I don't have any of the real. Oh, Micah's got 2 of the really big ones from EC. He showed them one time.
Really?
Yeah, he showed them on the fossils once, and I thought, wow, and they were in great shape. I said, he's bringing out the big guns. There was one that with the bloody axe and everything, and it just.
Oh, he has that one?
I think so, and with the hanging head, and.
That was me.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was shocked when he brought that out. I was shocked, man.
Hans, that was me.
That was you.
Yeah.
Oh, that was you? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have that one. That's one of the 2 that I have. And I've showed them on the Fossil Show.
How come Mike showed those?
That was me. I've got the one where the girl's walking down the street and they're like the monster's getting ready to get her, and I have that one in the axe cover.
No kidding. I thought that was Mike. I was wondering what that was.
That was the other thing I was smart enough not to get rid of.
Man, you got to show those. You got to show those again, man. Not tonight or whatever, but
I have that, and I've got the Chamber of Chills with the girl look in the who's the skull through the glass.
Through the glass, yeah, I got that one too. Right?
Yeah, because those 2 I know are big guns, and then the other one I have is just like just another ECU really compared to.
Oh my God! I thought it was. I could have sworn it was him. Crap! I'm losing my mind lately, man. Wow. Well, here's the last one I was going to show you.
Hold on. Let me give you full screen.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I missed the boat on those. I guess what I thought I would do back then in the 80s, I saved up money and bought the Russ Cochran box sets because I figured I could never, maybe I should have been buying individual copies of the real stuff, but I never saw them. I've got a few issues of the EC Comic Mad at Lone Star Comics, but they didn't really, they didn't put that stuff out in their store.
I was lucky during the 70s and stuff. I used to be able to go by bus. I was going to this block on Clark Street. I posted some pictures of it on Instagram where I used to go, and they had the Acme. They had like 4 or 5 different bookstores and magazine stores. All of them sold comics and movie stuff. And I used to go there all the time between 69 and 73 and bought a lot of stuff there. It was pretty cheap. Not the ECs, though. I bought those in stores and at conventions.
Well, you had the advantage. That's a perfect time between 69 and 73. You could, in 73, I was starting 3rd grade.
Right. Yeah.
So I So
I remember that one convention I went to in Chicago. I think it was 72 or 73. One of the first ones that before it became a Chicago con. It was called Nostalgia 72 or Nostalgia Convention 73. And there was this guy there. He had all these old. I got a lot of the horror books there. I must have bought about 30 of them, or pretty close to 30 of them, for 50 cents to $1 a piece. And he had some of the great classic horror comics. I mean, you know, it was the Price Guy. When did the Price Guy come out? I think it came out around the same time.
maybe about 70. I mean, those books were only 20 years or less old then.
But
That's
even
like
back,
getting a book from 2003 or 2004.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
nobody was. Everybody was at the time, you know, paying attention to the superhero comics. Nobody was really that interested in buying, you know, the old Western comics or the old sci-fi and horror comics.
well,
Not that much.
the interest in EC, didn't that start in the early 70s? Then they had an EC
Yeah.
convention in 72, and
Yep.
the Monster Times really ginned up interest in EC. And then there were those 6 or 7 EC reprints done by a underground comic company that were around that time.
Yeah,
But there-
sorry, Eric. I thought it was. I don't know why I thought it was Micah, but
Well, Micah has a lot of pre-code horror. Well, he has a lot of Marvel or Atlas horror, as I recall, but I've never really seen him with EC.
There is one other thing that kept this from taking off as quickly as it did, because if you remember, in the early 70s, everybody was kung fu fighting.
Oh yeah, that's another one. That was a big craze back then. I had friends that were all into that. You know,
I told you about this. Some T-shirt company put out a shirt, and this guy posted a picture and he's wearing. He goes, "No, everybody was not kung fu fighting." I thought that was just great.
oh man.
Well, it was a weird time. That is the years between 73 and 75 were really formative years for me, and that's when my family had moved back to San Antonio, and that's when I discovered Wacky Packages, and I was already buying the Marvel and DC horror comics, but then I discovered the superhero stuff, and during that time, this is 3rd and 4th grade for me, and Star Trek. I'd seen my older brother watching it, but Star Trek was put on. What was it? What channel was that in Mike in San Antonio?
Kids 5.
Right. So the cool thing about Mike and I is that we are about the same age, and I was in San Antonio from age 1 through 5, and then we came back in 3rd and 4th grade. So those years, those formative years, I wish I had stayed in. Sometimes you think, what would have happened if my father had just stayed in San Antonio? That was my mother's hometown. I'm sure I would have met Mike in person before YouTube ever was a thing. At some point, I would have met someone in the same city that's into the same stuff, just from going to stores, I guess. So,
hey, Mike.
Yeah.
You got some EC comics too. I've seen you show them a couple times in your videos. Right? You still have them?
I have, but I've sold them all now.
Oh no!
He had every single one of them.
Man, unbelievable. You should
But
have.
you got the reprints.
I had it was like in the early 2000s. I set out to buy, and I did buy like every EC comic. It took me about 10 years to do it, but I got every EC comic, and then I sold all of those. And then like the ones I've shown recently, I've kind of, got them back like over the years, but I don't have those anymore. I sold those too.
Oh, for crying out loud.
But I have the reprints.
And those, the reprints they're putting out lately that are, I guess, in hardcover and also they're very affordable in soft cover.
Yeah.
They reprint some of the house. I think they reprint all the house ads, which are very important because they show the excitement, because EC was the first company that I know of that really went after and said, you're cool because you're part of us. We have a fan club, and they have all the ads, and then they have profiles of the artists and things. And that was another one. When they did the profile in Mad of Gaines, they made him look like a complete criminal, and they said horrible things. I'm sure that didn't go over too well. I mean, in all honesty, juvenile delinquency was a problem in the 50s. You got this picture in your mind of Ward Cleaver, June Cleaver, and everything.
Yeah.
But it was it from the comic books. It was a lot of it's from World War II. As a lot of guys didn't come back from that, and there were kids being raised without fathers, much like today.
And it was a traumatic.
That's why you've got the people say, look at these goofy films they used to show in school that show kids how to wash their hands and how to not beat the heck out of someone in a lunch line at the school. Why are they're teaching manners and how to act on a date? Because there weren't some of these kids didn't have moms, and these were, and you have these pictures in your mind of Fonzie, and it's and Grease, the guys with the black leather jackets. Those guys would cut you, and
a lot
in
of
reality,
those.
they weren't these friendly guys that just banged on the jukebox, and just went. They were killers, some of them, and they were, they made homemade guns. It was like. But it
was a traumatic experience for a lot of those guys that came back from the war.
What's that now?
There was some traumatic experiences from.
Oh yeah. I mean,
came back.
A lot of the dads were, there was a lot of alcoholism.
Yeah.
You look at a Time or Newsweek from back then, it's like every single ad is for hard liquor. The magazines that the guy, because that was a rough experience, It's like,
and I think the men's adventure magazines, they kind of filled a gap, because when they came back from the war, they were no longer interested in reading the comic books, even probably not the ECs, but I think men's adventure magazines kind of filled a gap for these guys that came back from the war. They wanted something that was more real or fantastic, yeah.
And now you could get that kind of thing from the movies, because movies were kept somewhat clean until the mid 60s, when they just started busting loose from any restrictions. But I love the pre-code horror and all that, but sometimes you look at the covers and you laugh and you think, well, but it's like they're really getting away with something. But in reality, what they were doing was kind of wrong. Graham Ingalls, he realized, oh shoot, what have I been doing? He's like never talked. He never did any interviews afterwards. He realized, like, oh my God, what am I doing this for little kids, man? And I know that Frederick Wortham was half nuts, but he was partly right, man.
I've always said that.
I don't think that little kid. I mean, he would do things like he would get these kids that were already juvenile delinquents, that were habitual criminals, and he'd say, "You read comic books?" And say, "Yeah." And it's like, "Oh, then it must be what caused it." But he could have said, "Do you chew chewing gum?" "Yeah." Well, then that could be causing juvenile delinquency. I mean, there were other reasons. But they pushed the limits real far with those covers, and EC had really great writing and art. But the imitators of EC, maybe their writing wasn't quite as clever, and with the O. Henry endings that were very much like what the Twilight Zone would do later, they pushed it, man.
Even Harvey Comics, they gave EC a run for their money for a while there, and it's
a lot like what you see all the parents and and people getting upset about what's in libraries now. That's been, and I don't even want to talk about what it is, but you know what I'm talking about. All
I know
people saying that's book censorship. No, they're not. They're not banning the books. They just don't want them in like school libraries, like real extreme stuff. So I don't know. The older I get, I seem to like realize they're pushing things really far now. And then the stuff that I used to think that's great, and I'm starting to think maybe they were pushing it pretty far then too. And it's like, what was Marvel thinking? And I bought every issue of it. What were they thinking putting out a comic called The Son of Satan? What? I know The Exorcist was popular then, but I don't know, man.
But he did rebel against his father. It's the classic: the son rebels against.
I know that. I know
but,
that.
Yeah, so I mean, but you know what I find interesting. And I know I've said this before, but so many people, if you bring up Frederick Wortham, it's he sucks. It's a knee jerk that they're going to just tee off on him. Most of those people have never figured, nor will ever figure out, that if it wasn't for him, the stuff that they're enjoying probably wouldn't exist. Well, because if he hadn't been, if there's no Frederick Wortham, there's probably no superhero revival. It just would have kept getting, it kept pushing harder and harder until it just blew up with nothing to take its place.
But that's absolutely correct, because
comics hadn't been around long enough to where if you did like irrevocable damage, they wouldn't have bothered with the rest of it. They just would have moved on to something else, and comics would have gone the way of a lot of other, dead just things. And
right.
Yeah, I think the comic code and Frederick Wortham, what that established was for writers and creators to think differently and in different ways, to come up with comic book stories and characters that they couldn't do before. So they had to rethink everything, and that's what started the Silver Age. I agree.
Whether he meant to do it or not, a lot of people probably owe him at least a backhanded thank you, because I said I'm absolutely convinced there would have been no revival without that.
And more than that, comic books don't exist in a vacuum. They're part of this rebellious youth culture, and it was which contains other aspects. And if you look at it, the comics code was implemented in late 54. I don't think it started. The code was put on, the stamp was put on comics till the very beginning of 55. Yeah. And if you look, when did rock and roll start? It's almost to the month.
Yeah.
It's like whack-a-mole. Okay, we got rid of the comics, but all of a sudden Elvis Presley pops up, and all of this Gene Vincent and all of and Little Richard singing how
Bill Haley and the likes the ball started in 55.
And it's like it brought rock and roll up. And then that generation, because there was just an explosion of babies, the baby boom after World War II, because just kind of the way, people repopulate. The guys come back, the ones that survive, they marry, they have college paid for, they get houses, and the government really took care of them, and they start a lot of babies born, and then and those babies, man, you think about it, the people buying those EC comics, if they were 10 years old buying the EC comics, they're like 80 now, and so we're in their 80s. So that was the generation that, their comics were taken. Some of them never got over that their comics were taken away from them, and they became people like Stephen King, and then the whole underground comics movement. A lot of it was from EC, from the humor of Mad, from Kurtzman. And you look at those EC comics, you can definitely see the DNA from EC. It's like they knocked them down in 55, and then 10, 11, 12 years later, there's an explosion of underground comics put out independently, and it's all and they've got the three little circles on the corner, with the hosts, and it's all done to look like Tales. and then the punk rock movement in the late 70s used a lot of the EC kind of look. And so but there were things,
Yeah.
I don't know, but they really pushed it far. I can see that now. But it did, I'm not going to say the EC Comics being put under created the whole underground hippie movement. A lot of that was caused by
Well, there were a lot of zealots back
ramping
then.
up the Vietnam War. I mean,
There were a few anti-comic zealots, back then, even before, Wortham was that guy for the Chicago Daily News, Sterling North. He actually started the whole thing back, I think, in 1940. He wrote that huge scathing article in the Chicago Daily News about comic books, calling them that we're injecting our kids with sex and murder, these foul four-color comic books,
yeah.
And that's kind of what started it, And then, of course, the creation of Wonder Woman, was Marston and his wife and his wife's lover. They were all involved with each other, and
Wonder Woman was the creator of Wonder Woman definitely. I mean, like say Batman and Robin. So Wortham brings in a kid that's gay, and he asks him, would you trade places with either Batman or Robin? And he says, sure. And so then he says, well, obviously then Batman and Robin are promoting a gay lifestyle, and that's not what they were doing at all. It was just like a father and son thing. But then he brought up Wonder Woman in his book, and and I love Wonder Woman, but he's really kind of right. Wonder Woman was pretty. He was pushing that lifestyle to kids.
Olive Byrne, who was the common lover of both Marston's wife and him, her bracelets that she wore were based. That's what he used to create the Wonder Woman bracelets.
I mean, he was no dummy, and he was actually guilty of pushing that to kids. And I still love Wonder Woman, but but now we see it happening far worse than in the 50s as far as what's being pushed to kids. And and to the point where they'll mutilate themselves. And I probably shouldn't talk anymore about that. But it's extreme, and it's all part. And they talked about, it's a commie plot, and it was actually, whether or not they realized it was that, and it is now too. It's all a Marxist attempt to bring down society. They're pitting people against each other. But people are waking up and they're realizing what's happening, and I think,
well, it's gone overboard. I mean, it's gotten so extreme that violence has just gotten way out of hand.
Yeah, that's because they were unchecked for so long. It's to give them an inch, they'll take a mile. They ran a marathon, and now people have had time to wake up to what they're doing. Let's get back to Wortham for a second. Yeah, sometimes you look for things to fit your narrative. Batman and Bruce and Dick probably didn't help their cause that they lived in a 100-room mansion, yet slept in the same bed.
Okay, well, I guess I'll buy that. Okay,
that was right. I mean, it was for plot convenience, but you get a guy like Wortham that goes, "Hey, I can use this."
He may have been right. He may have been 100% right. Now that you mention that about
do I think that these guys would see what they could get away with? I mean, like, hell, you go like 20 years after that. Harry Lucy would try to push the envelope and how he drew Betty and Veronica as far as he could push it, and probably go, and they would do like little innuendos, and I'm sure somebody got a good laugh over Quiet or Papa Spank whenever Batman would say that. But I think the Bruce and Dick, that was, to me, I don't even think that was done for, giggles behind the scenes. That was totally innocent. But again, it fit if you're looking for something, you can find it. I don't care what it is.
Yeah.
If you look hard enough, you can find something to fit your narrative. Yeah. And that's unfortunately for DC with Batman and Robin. That was it.
And another thing, the guys doing EC we think of them as these old men because in the 1970s, when Al Feldstein was editor of Mad, he was an old guy, and they're all old guys. You think, well, but they weren't old guys then. They were guys fresh out of the war, and they'd seen what dead bodies look like, and so. And they didn't probably have kids yet. They were still probably about 30, and it's only, the war has been over 5-6 years and they're drawing this gore stuff. And then later, they have kids and they start to get older and start to realize, yeah, that's what happened to people like Lucas and Spielberg that were, they were cutting edge when they were young. They make these movies and then, in Star Wars, you got like burning bodies of Uncle Ben and you got hands being cut off. And then the later movies, they're so terrible because it's like they have kids, and it's like Spielberg never did anything vicious like Jaws or Duel. Later in their career, it was all happy because he's had kids and he doesn't want to give the kids nightmares. But in his younger days, he was able to do that. It's like younger people. I think that's kind of what it is. But a young person could put, an old person couldn't do that. I don't know.
Yeah.
It just depends on what you've seen in the war. I mean, sometimes some guys there's no way they could have drawn that stuff.
Oh yeah, they were probably influenced by what they experienced.
You get immune from it for a while. You get numb, and then I think when you get older, you start realizing, oh my God, I was seeing. Because what my father said, when you're in the war, you're driving along, and there's a dead body by the side of the road, and you just think, poor guy. It's kind of like you see a cat, and you think, and a minute later, you're not thinking about it, but decades later, you start realizing, oh my God, those were people, or if you're like Tom Savini, you're behind a camera filming everything and that distances you from it. But as you get older, you realize, gee, Jehoshaphat, those guys never got a chance to live their life. And, it's like, why were we fighting the war? Who starts these wars? And why it makes no sense.
Well,
a few years later, we're friends with Germany, we're friends with Japan, and they were our deadly enemies. And it's like, who is the puppet master manipulating all this?
Same thing with Vietnam.
Yeah, who put Hitler in power? Did he just naturally rise to power, or did someone put him in there? And it's like, who's making the money off these wars?
You mentioned something though about as it pertains to comics, these people that have been in war and they've seen so much. We always talk about writers tend to write what they know first and foremost.
Yeah,
is the good writers can go farther out. But so you take that, and 80 years later, these new writers are writing what they know, but all they know is growing up in chat rooms and watching Netflix. So they have no real life experience to base their writing on, and it shows. That's why the older stuff was so much better. And even through the 70s and 80s, at least these people, if they hadn't gone out and experienced war or anything like that, they grew up interpersonal, talking to people, which is something that a lot of modern writers just have not done. And so for all the other problems that the comic book industry has, that's one that the way life is kind of, as life gets easier, it also gets easier to isolate, and these people just have no real life experience to draw from.
Yeah, well, that generation, that they, whoever Tom Brokaw dubbed the greatest generation. Yeah, they grew up the early years starving, basically, in the Depression, going barefoot to school, and then they're swept up in a world war. And then some of them swept into the Korean War, and if they just barely missed World War II by a couple of years, like my father, well, the Korean War will get them. And these guys were a different breed, and yeah, they'd seen a lot of stuff, and that was the generation that made the EC stuff. There was the generation when they were a little older that was the Silver Age comics, and yeah, and that's probably why those guys got older, retired, or started to get a little
There's
bit.
a comment there from the horror experience that perfectly describes what we're talking about Tom Savini was influenced from being a photographer in Vietnam
And reading EC when he was a kid, and I'm
Right.
sure he was just in. Yeah, so he knew what it really looked like, but it because he was behind. You get behind a camera, and you're not affected as much by it. It seems like it's distant.
Oh, John Goris said, I didn't know this, that Ray Harryhausen was also a combat photographer. I didn't know that.
Probably a lot of the people that you know that are in the comics are that's my friend Gerald, I'll call him later. They were a lot of them were like drawing, or like Stan Lee was writing, you know, they would put them in the Signal Corps, and they'd be basically writing the propaganda stuff. A lot of them weren't in combat. People that were, I don't know. Kirby, I think, was what was he in the war? I'm pretty sure I don't think Stan Lee didn't see combat, but
no, he was doing news. He was writing for the newspapers and stories, you know.
And I don't mean to slag that. I mean, that's honorable service. You're doing something important. I like that people knock John Wayne for being in the movies during World War II instead of actually going. He was doing a lot for the Army at making those movies. That doesn't mean he's a coward, or I mean, that's what he was doing. He did more there.
Hey, Mike, you got any other books? Anybody got any other books they want to show or something?
Sure.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm going to take off.
All right, are you taking off?
Yeah. Mike, it was great to meet you. And Ken, thanks for having me on. Hans,
yeah, sure.
See you Wednesday. And
okay.
You guys take care.
All
right.
All right. So long. See you
take care.
Yeah, I have something I wanted to show Ken.
Oh yeah. Okay. Let me give you full screen.
The Mother Kid Memories.
Monster Kid Memories by Bob Burns.
Oh wow. What a cover I never would have, if I saw that book in a store, I never would have even looked at it. I would have thought it looks like a textbook.
Yeah, kind of.
But it's like great. When did this come out?
This came out, I think, like in the early 2000s, and I got it from the back pages where you can order books and stuff from Scary Monsters magazine.
Oh, okay. Donovan, I assume that's not the singer. Donovan says the Earth is overpopulated. Something has to give. The Earth isn't overpopulated. You get on an airplane and fly, and you'll see how much we could have twice as many people, and it would be fine.
But here's so Bob Burns was stationed in San Antonio in 1958.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of Ken's 5, he hosted Shock Theater.
Oh wow.
So yeah, so this was from 1958 in San Antonio.
Oh yeah, I gotta get this book.
There's his partner in crime, Ray Alston. I don't know if did you ever see the Captain Gus show?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
what years would that have been on?
This guy right here had a show called Captain Gus in the 70s. Yeah. But yeah, here's the Shock Theater stuff that they did. And let me see if I can find the
so that's from Scary Monsters catalog. You can get this book.
Yeah. So there's Bob Burns' wife.
Man, I would have put that photo on the cover. That would have gotten me to notice the book.
And then here's I don't know if I'll be able to zoom in enough to see where there's the Kins 5 camera.
Yeah. One thing StreamYard does well is zoom. You can zoom in real close to things. Yeah, we can see it.
So yeah, that was Kins 5, man. That showed. I mean, when I was growing up, I never got to see a horror host on TV, but we had Project Terror. And they had Shock Theater, but they didn't have any horror host. And then, of course, Kins 5 had the reruns of, when Star Trek went into syndication. So that's when you saw Star Trek and Lost in Space.
Yeah. I'm trying to think when I first saw a horror host. You know where I first saw horror host was the Munsters. It was Zombo. And I was so entranced with that episode. I loved it. Horror Mike shows sometimes some guy that's doing a Zombo impression.
Oh, yeah.
And I think, well, how does he not get sued? Doesn't Universal own that from the Munsters? But
right.
I don't know. Maybe he's great, but to me, think that come up with something new.
I think you talked about Zombo. I think he's trying to start a new show for YouTube.
Yeah, but
a new horror show, and I think Horror Mike's been talking to him, trying to get him on for the 22nd.
Well, that's cool. I better be quiet because I'm just thinking that to me, that's like, if I started a channel as Herman Munster, it's like, well, why not come up with something new? Because he's using, it looks like the exact same makeup and outfit from that Munsters episode.
Right, right.
I don't know. I mean, it's me like thinking like, okay, we're on Friends. That's great. It really looks like Kirby. Okay, Mr. Guy from Italy that does an exact copy of Buscema and the new Conan. That's great, but bring something new and add it into it so that we can get excited about you. It's like I like to see influences in art, but I don't want it to look exactly like someone else because I don't know. I'm just being an asshole, I think.
Well, no, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, I just want something new. It's like I look at like I said earlier, Mike Plug. I can see Will Eisner in it, but it's not Will Eisner. It's something new. Oh, look at we got Grandpa Munster,
Al Lewis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw this on Mike went to his friend's house and they were looking through. What was his name? Is it Gary?
Man, I don't.
And he showed Al
Lewis. That guy is amazing.
It's called Funhouse.
What is it like inside? Is it a comic book?
Well, it's just like this.
Oh,
what is it called? Is it called Fumetti, where they take pictures and then they put word balloons on it? So the whole thing is like that.
Oh yeah, Fumetti.
At least that's the way Stan Lee presented it to us, that it was called Fumetti. But Paulo says that it really means something different over there in Europe.
Oh,
Fumetti.
Okay.
But that's the way I was always taught. Fumetti was the comic books with photographs and word balloons. So
maybe it's some kind of an Italian dish.
Yeah. It's weird how Al Lewis was always. He looked exactly the same age his whole life, because
I know.
Because they made him look old when he was young, and he always kind of looked old. It was just like he was immortal.
I didn't meet him, but I went to his restaurant. One time I went to New York in the 80s, and he used to own a restaurant. It was called Grandpa's Bella Gente, and it was an Italian restaurant, and he was like the host or the maitre d' or whatever it's called. But like the time I went there, he wasn't there that night. But it was kind of neat to get to go to his restaurant.
That's in New York.
Yeah, it was. That was back in the 80s.
Yeah. John Gora says fumetti is a reference to smoke, like the word balloons were smoke exhales.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So yeah, that's pretty neat. I wish that it had like actual artwork or something in the Lewis comic, but
Do you have any monster comics?
yeah, they're the gold key ones.
Right. Yeah, I don't have any, and so I thought I'd take a look at Lone Star Comics, and they don't really have any either. They have some that are like on consignment.
Yeah.
But then they're graded. Like, who wants a graded Monsters comic? It's like the Monsters #9 and a CGC 6.5, and they want $290 for it. It's
yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
You should be able to yeah, that's ridiculous. I don't know. I think I got them here probably somewhere.
I was just looking at this book that I got recently. It's kind of beat up. Yeah. See that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But these books are so expensive right now. With this cover.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, and even in low grade, they're expensive, man. It's just.
Yep.
But this one's kind of unusual because it uses an art style that's zipatone, and to add like a 3D effect to the book, they have all black borders, and then they have the art coming out into the perimeter of the what do you call it? The margins and stuff.
Oh yeah.
If you look close, you can see where they have all that screening going on, and this screening. Can you see that?
Oh yeah. Okay.
It almost looks like a silk screen kind of effect, They
Yeah.
use that. Here too, they got a little bit of that going on. That's what they call zipatone. They had these screens, I guess, that artists would use, and they would put it over the artwork, and then they would cut out the artwork, and then
like
reset it again.
I used to use it. It was like a film, and you'd lay it down. You could lay it down over the artwork and cut it, or you could lay one film on top of another. It's something that I doubt they even make anymore because everybody's on computers. But
right, yeah. But that must have been a lot of tedious work, and
yeah, it actually was kind of fun, and it was actually very easy. I used some. It's not as hard as you think.
Hmm. What did I pay for this book, man? This book cost me $90, man.
Oh, is that one of the fake 3D books?
Yeah. And it's the one book that I always wanted to get, and I decided to go for it, But I don't know.
John Goris asks if they still make it. I think people use computers to create the illusion of it now, but maybe someone still makes it.
I got it. that spine on here is coming apart. I got to use some archival mending tissue to fix it. I hate doing that, but otherwise I won't be able to read it without it falling apart, man.
Now, archival mending tissue, does that degrade the value to the CGC people?
No, it doesn't, because they don't consider it tape of repair. I mean, they don't consider it restoration. They consider tape of repair now. So you'll still get a blue label, but they'll mention on the blue label that it has tape.
Oh.
Anyways.
Yeah, I think I found the Monsters books.
Hey, I got to go off for a second here because I got to put a sticker on my car before it expires.
Oh, okay.
I got these temporary stickers I got to put in. It's ridiculous, but
yeah. Let's see here.
Did you find them?
Yeah, I think so. This is the Mars Attacks. Is it playing?
It's crazy. Oh, that's awesome.
Well, I wish I could find a better clip. It
go full screen.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find a good one. Okay.
Hair-raising costumes, killer accessories, and the scariest trends.
Of Mars Attacks merchant, from Repwood. So the base right have some stuff.
Oh, that's actually a snow globe.
And then the alien himself. Look at this. He has, and it
that's
doesn't
not
have
what I was
brand
thinking.
New better. I didn't.
Oh yeah, that's not what I was thinking. That was a snow globe where the snow comes down inside his helmet. Oh, here it is in someone's house.
Oh, that's crazy.
There's like steam or there's like water vapor that comes out of the gun, and a light shines to make it look like something's happening with the gun. Yeah, it's so that would set you back about $500, I think, plus probably a lot of money for shipping.
Right.
Donovan asks, anyone have any Lovecraft stuff? I got the original Necronomicon. Don't tell anyone, though. Okay. Well, let's see. Monsters. It should be in this box. Oh, here we go. I don't have many, but I've got a few. Here we go. Do you know how to read the year and the month from the cover? Did you ever hear me? Or Graphic Man was the one that told me.
Yeah, I didn't know that until you shared it with us.
Yeah,
and I
for anyone
Micah showed you.
Yeah, anyone watching this that don't know what I'm talking about, under the gold key, do you see how it says 507? That means 1965 July. Well, plus they wrote July on this one. That kind of helps. They don't normally do that, I don't think. Well, they did back then, I guess, in 1965. This one is man, I got this for $4, and that wasn't that long ago. I'm sorry, $6. So this is number 4. I guess I should read.
Yeah, that's great.
looks pretty bad. I mean, it's, people would be upset it has spine ticks or whatever, but it's together. It's this is from October of 65. These ones with dots on them came from Duncanville Books. So if you ever feel like driving up near Dallas, this is from April of 67. The show was already off the air. It says $20. I think the red dot, I think it means it was half price. So I think I got it for 10.
Yeah, that's a good price.
This one, it was 15. It's got some problems where one of those people that knows how to flatten comics. It's got some, I don't know if you can even see it. Why do I never remember what they call it?
Pressing.
Pressing. Sorry, I always want to say ironing. Pressing, martinizing. I'm going to martinize the comic. What does martinizing even mean? You see that crease?
Yeah.
What does martinizing mean? I need to look that up. Yeah, I'm going to martinize my comics. Yes, this was $8. I think this is number 14, which is from August of 67. Adam's Family and Munsters both started in 64 and went off the air. The 64, 65 year, and then the 65, 66 season, they were off at the end of 66. And then Batman started. And Batman was basically the replacement for the Munsters. It was the same network, I believe, ABC. And well, I mean, kind of, because Batman didn't start like in September like normal shows do.
Right.
It started in January of 66, which is why there's so much Batman merchandise dated 66. It's because they had that whole year to merchandise the heck out of it. Same thing with the Beatles. They were on Ed Sullivan in January of 64. That's why you have so much Beatles memorabilia dated 64.
Yeah.
They had the whole year to. Okay, Munsters would be after. Where did I have this? This is a comic that's really cool. This is Bill Wagon of Katie Keene fame. This is a childhood copy I bought, but it's a reprint. I have my Gold Key and Dell mixed together. Okay, so Munsters is between Mod Squad and the Marlon Brando Mutiny and the Bounty. That goes back in. But what was weird to me is that another book that I want to get more of is Melvin the Monster.
Oh, yeah.
Melvin the Monster. From Dell.
Oh, yeah.
I got 2 copies of that issue. Let's see. There were just tons of these Monster Family comics.
Right.
It can get a little confusing because at the same time that Gold Key was doing the Monsters, they were doing the Little Monsters, which is, haven't I heard you say that's your favorite comic of all time?
Oh, yeah, that's my favorite.
It has a wonderful look to it. That it's a family where the whole family is Frankenstein monsters.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, out of the Snooper and Blabber Hanna-Barbera, there was what were they called again? Mr. and Mrs. J. Evil Scientists that were basically the Charles Addams family. And then on the Flintstones, they had the Gruesomes, and they look kind of like the Rolling Stones meets the Charles Addams family.
Right.
And then there was a family called the something else that was kind of like a mixture of those last two families on like Laugh Olympics or something. I got tons of these little monsters. This is a great cover. I like covers where they're, bands playing, or they've got jukeboxes, or there's all kinds of stuff like that.
Beetle wigs.
Yeah, beetle wigs are good. I just got a Donald Duck comic with a duck Beatles looking band. I think I showed that just yesterday in an episode. So if you do wind up moving here to Virginia, Hans, you don't have to get your car inspected. There's no car inspections sticker.
Yeah, I know. That's what that's what I keep telling my wife.
Because Texas, that was always the thing. You had to get your car inspected, and if it didn't meet the emissions, you have to go get a repair on your car. It's like
that's what I had to do.
So I still have the Texas sticker on my windshield that's dated a couple of years ago. But that shouldn't be the only reason you move to a state, is to avoid that one thing.
Yeah.
I mean, Texas is a great place, or it's rapidly becoming not so great, but it's still a great place. But
I got to put these stickers on my car every day. These are permit stickers for the neighborhood. You have to have that number 1301 on your city sticker.
Really?
And, yeah.
That keeps people from like bringing in guests that stay at their house for a long time.
Yeah. I can't get the sticker because I'm registered at the other address. That's my legal address, the other building. And the reason I have that as my legal address because it saves me in taxes when I sell it.
Right. Yeah.
So that means they'll give me a ticket over here if I don't put these temporaries on every day, every 24. I already got one ticket for 75.
So does that show that you're a guest at your own house, or what does that mean?
This just has it just has you got to put the date and time on there. Zone 1301.
Is this an attempt to lessen crime or just a cash grab?
No, it's like these temporary parking permits that allow you to park on the street, because you can't park on the street unless you're a resident of the street.
Oh, okay. All right. So
and
what
then
if you
that
just
means
put
you
your car
have
in the garage? Your garage is filled with comics. Oh yeah, never mind. I understand.
So I could park on another, about a block away and not have to worry about this stuff. But then
I would worry if my car was parked a block away from my house in Chicago. From what I see on the TV about Chicago, but I guess that's not the whole city.
No, but it's you're not safe almost anywhere where you go here. There's people have been gotten shot over here, only a few blocks from my house. And just for getting out of a cab. Guy got out of a cab and they shot him as he got out of the cab. Then they tried to steal the freaking cab. And they killed a guy. He was a customer in the cab. It's just 3 blocks away. This happened several months ago. But
someone just insulted my singing. Look at that. How dare you? I don't think the Wi-Fi is the problem. It's your singing. Wars have been started for less. I went ahead and liked it. It's an episode no one's seen. It just was uploaded right before this live stream started. So it was a musical episode. How dare you, Hudson, insult my singing? Oh well. Lead paint he knows the thing about only 2 things from Texas. Yeah. I will say that Texas has this image of cowboys and everything, and they're tall guys. It's like here, the current place I'm living here in Rural Retreat, here's where I really see real cowboys that actually have cows that are 6'6".
Right.
And Texas was all a bunch of fake people. I mean, maybe it didn't used to be, decades ago, but This it's unbelievable, man. It's like this is real, you know. People worship tractors here, and
Right.
they have the vintage car show. They also have the vintage tractors. It's interesting. And
Carriages being
women,
pulled by horses.
yeah,
The
what now?
Amish carriages being
Oh
pulled by
yeah,
horses.
that's yeah,
You
that's
saw that right
amazing.
outside your house one time, didn't you?
Oh, they're going down the street all the time. You know, they'll come
Yeah.
from their farm to get Doritos at the supermarket with a horse. It's like, wow, it's like he's really buying processed food. What? But it's all right. I think it's amazing because it's just like Little House on the Prairie.
Yeah, you got to admire their tenacity, man. I mean, even when it's cold and they're out there with their buggies and, they're all bundled up. But
Well, a lot of them are millionaires, honestly.
wow.
They've made a lot of money, and they're not being and the thing is, that's a problem for the government. People think they don't vote. They're starting to vote because they've got a vested interest in it, and so the big brother doesn't probably like them too much because they don't rely on the government. They'll pay their taxes. They'll do whatever they need to do, but you don't mess around with them. They're amazing. I think they're amazing. And they've got a supermarket in a neighboring town. We need to get over there because you pretty much know you're not going to be getting GMO foods and that you're going to be eating the food that people. And there's something here. I don't know. It's like half more. I would say 3/4 of the women are I'm 6 foot are my height or taller, and the guys are even taller than that. I mean, this is where John Wayne came from. It's like at least where he was born, not 50 something miles from here in Virginia.
Must be that grass fed.
I talked to a woman that was like 6'6". I said, women are so taller. She says it's because we're corn fed. Yeah, she said that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it could be. I don't know. I don't. I looked it up on the internet. The tallest women are here and in Alabama, I believe. So, no, well. So,
Hey, look what I got at the Dollar Tree. I think this was $3, man.
yeah, that's actually pretty cool.
It's not plastic. It's some other, I don't know.
It's like Jay Leno's skull.
Some kind of hard material.
Where'd that go? I don't know where it is. Oh, here it is. I got this at Dollar General for $1, but I got to get some scissors and cut they're afraid someone might shoplift it, I guess. So they have this stupid thing, or that was just to attach the tag.
It's not
really that cool, but you get excited about things like this when you don't have any stores around.
Does that thing move? Is it battery operated?
It's $1. No, it just has a suction cup. It's just a
cool.
glossy plastic spider. A pretty foolish purchase, but
yeah. I picked up some masks at the Dollar Tree, I think a couple of years ago, and I saved some pie pans and I put them in here to make them look like a.
Oh yeah, I guess I saw that on your show, or yeah.
Yeah, and then I got one where you put the little skulls in the eyes. Yeah, sure, I got nothing better to do, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
At least I ain't out there carjacking,
Yeah. So what's the countdown to the actual move now? Are you at less than a year?
Yeah. To sell the other place. Yeah, in June next year it goes up.
Will it sell pretty quick?
I don't know. I just don't know anymore. It depends. There's a certain amount that I know I want to get, and I don't know if I'll be able to get that now because of the way things are, and I don't know.
Yeah.
So I just don't know. I mean, I was more sure a couple of years ago, but now I'm not.
Well, a lot of things have changed in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I'll see.
But they say the economy is really great. It's got to be true because I heard it on the television. And
well, yeah, they say the economy is so white hot that they have to raise interest rates to try to cool all the spending down.
I'm kind of worried about a collapse of the dollar. I don't think that's ever happened.
Yes, it's a very real thing because if they don't accept the our dollar is the standard for petroleum, then
yeah,
and what's happening in the Middle East right now, and what's happening in the Ukraine, and people say, oh, Trump is just this guy that he's a cartoonist that I admire. I really like his art. I won't mention his name, but he was commenting today on Facebook how much he hates Trump, and it's like, but these wars would not have happened because they perceive the president as a bumbling fool, and if it's just none of this would have happened. People say, oh, it's just ridiculous. And then they're saying that Trump overvalued his property at Mar-a-Lago. It should only be $18 million. Are you kidding me? That's
that's worth. That looks like it's worth a lot more money than that. You see the
it's
whole thing from a satellite view. You gotta think, man. Wow,
it's got beaches on both sides. It's all just a big clown show. Let's see here. I don't have Facebook on here. That's why. I have so little memory on here that I have to, in order to do a show, I delete Facebook and Instagram, and then I film the show, and then I install them back again just to give myself a little bit more memory. So,
is there any way you can transfer that to an exterior hard drive or a flash drive or something?
Well, yeah, I've got like 1 million. How many photographs do I have on here? That's the problem. I have 85,160 pictures.
Holy crap!
So that takes up some of the memory.
85,000, you said?
Yeah, I've got to get it like taken off of my phone and into this laptop that has several terrible bytes or whatever. But it's when I try to do that, take these stupid pictures off the cloud, then because most of them are on the cloud, so they're not actually in my phone. Then I can only take out a few at a time, and they're in a zip file. And then apparently my computer doesn't have a way to unzip things anymore. You have to pay to unzip things.
Oh my God!
I don't even know what I'm doing, but gotta take this phone call. 1 second.
Well, Mike, I don't know. Have you considered restarting a new channel, or is that something that's not on your mind right now?
Well, right now I'm thinking I'm just going to take a break.
Yeah.
I might see what the new year brings and see how I feel.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now, I guess YouTube, they have a way of blocking your IP address so they can tell if you've had an account before, and they won't let you create a new account. And so I don't even know if I want to go to any effort to try to get around YouTube. I mean,
yeah,
I don't like saying this, but like, I hate YouTube. I mean, YouTube is just evil.
Yeah, it's like Facebook.
I mean, I love you guys. I love our community or our neighborhood. But
I feel the same way about Facebook. I completely deleted my account. I'm not on there no more anywhere. It's gone.
Guys, I gotta go for about 20 minutes. Do you want to end the stream? You guys want to hang out and talk to each other for 20 minutes? While I gotta go get Subway, which is like a few blocks away, and bring it to my wife and gobble it real quick. Do you want to hang out or do you want to end the stream? Because I'd love to keep going, but it's up to you guys.
it's up to Mike. I don't, you know.
What do you think, Mike? You burned out on it?
I got some stuff to show if you want to put.
Right.
Is there a way to have me and Captain split screen?
Yes. Except, I guess I'd have to. Yeah, I probably could. Hello? Okay, are you going to order it?
You're seeing it live, folks, as it happens.
All right. I guess I could remove myself, and that would give you guys split.
Yeah, we got split screen. We are split in two.
There we go. So we can still show stuff.
Yeah. It's all right. It'll work out. But,
well, I can show some of my recent pickups that are back issues. I got it's called Mac Afro, and this is fulfilling my blaxploitation love of blaxploitation and grindhouse.
Yeah.
So this is just one of those indie comic books. Mac Afro.
Matt Afro. Did you ever hear one called the Jigaboo Devil?
I can't say that I have.
Well, that's a guy, and he's a black guy. Okay, he's a black writer, he's a creator. He created a comic, and he goes to the comic shop where I buy. He created a book called The Jigaboo Devil, but that was some time ago. You know, and when I saw that up on a wall, it was all up on a wall in my comic shop called a Wall of Shame. I said, well, I told my shop owner, man, if I wrote something like that, I'd be ashamed too. And he said, well, this guy is black. He's a black creator. And I said, oh, well, then, he can do that,
Right.
And then I met him, and I didn't have my books with me. I wanted him to sign them. But,
oh, yeah.
The Jigaboo Devil probably might be up for sale on eBay, or they might not allow it. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
The name like that. But I know you're talking about the grindhouse stuff. I love that stuff. It brings back memories when I went to the drive-in theater and used to see all that grindhouse. Those back in the early 70s, 72, and 73.
Right.
So what else you got there?
Here's a Charlton Ghostly Tales.
Oh, it's got the skull cover. Those skull covers are exploding in prices now too. Anytime there's a skull, do you know who does that? By any chance?
No, I don't.
That's pretty great though. I love those skull covers.
Yeah, myself. I don't see a signature either. But yeah, this has all kinds of skeletons and skulls. And then Donovan in the chat was asking if any of us had some underground comics. This is one I picked up recently. I mean, I have a box of underground, probably even 2 short boxes of underground comics, but I don't have access to them at the moment. Now, I did make a video on my underground. Oh, wait, my channel's gone. I guess you can't watch that video anymore. Oh, anyhow, this is one I picked up recently, Death Rattle.
I think I have that issue. That's a great issue. Another devil cover.
Yeah. And then let's see if you remember when these came out, Hans. You remember these reprints? 50s Terror?
Oh, saw
These
them.
came out like in the mid '80s, and they reprinted the old the pre-code horror.
Yeah, I don't think I had any of those. I seen them in the stores, but I don't think I ever picked any up. I got so much stuff. I don't really even know.
Yeah. I got a couple more of these 50s terror.
What about the covers on these? Are they reprint covers too?
I think they're all reprint covers too.
Wow, but look at that. Holy smokes, man. That really explodes, you know.
Here's another one. 50s terror.
Yeah, some great covers on there, man.
And then here's a couple for Jambo.
Oh yeah.
What is this called? Fauna, the Jungle Girl.
Fana or Fana? I'll be a fan of hers.
I don't know. Is it Fana? Fauna.
No, Fana, because I'm a fan of hers.
Fana, yeah. You got
Fan
me.
of her.
I am a fan of hers too. And then here's She-Drac. The She-Dracula.
Indeed.
And I don't know if he's still in the chat, man. I saw that Rob, the Great Legend, is in the chat.
Oh yeah, he was up there earlier, yeah.
I love the Great Legend. Man, you know, Hans, like you inspired me, and the Great Legend inspired me. But you know, like Rob hasn't made any comic book videos in a long time, huh?
Yeah, you know what he told me? He said that he's kind of retired now from YouTube.
You know, I'm almost at that point.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I had already been thinking about, you know, how can I like kind of make my way off of YouTube.
Right.
And I wasn't planning to take my channel down. I was just going to leave my channel up, but just not make new videos. And then, you know, I checked my email one morning and my channel's gone. So I was kind of like, well, that settles it for me then. I guess I don't have to worry about making that decision.
I don't know, man. It's just kind of crazy that the way that they went about it, you know.
Weird Mystery Tale. That's another great skeleton. Oh, here's another one for Jambo. Black Phantom.
Is that?
These are just reprints. AC Collector Classics. And let's see. Here's another one.
That's the reprints the Western ones, Black Phantom. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're a big issue.
All right, that'll do it for this round.
That's it. Well, I got some stuff. I don't even know if anybody's actually even watching right now anymore, but the hell. What do I got back here? I think I showed most of this stuff, didn't I? Showed you this with the Zipatone.
Zipatone.
Here's a Buccaneers comic. I'm really getting into the pirate books a lot lately.
All right.
See if I can get this thing out of there without. Picked this one up recently. This is number. Oh, I gotta take my glasses off here. From 1950, number 24.
Oh, nice.
It's a pretty nice shape too.
Beautiful colors.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't show up as well on the smaller screen, you know.
Yeah. But you can see it looks good.
Yeah, it's pretty nice shape. I mean, I was surprised. I thought it was going to be. It's got Captain Daring in here, kind of an Errol Flynn type character.
Oh yeah.
I used to love watching all the Errol Flynn, old Errol Flynn
Yeah.
pirate movies, The Seahawk and Captain Blood, Against All Flags. Let's see, anything. I'm looking for ads because the ads are always interesting.
Oh yeah.
But I don't see any ads. Oh, but look at this. The Spanish Main.
There you go.
There's a skull. Look at that. Bud and Sis. Bud and his sister. I wonder, what is that anyway? Oh, it's for the, what is it, for Daisy Rifle? No. Oh, I suppose, yeah, you're supposed to sell stuff, I guess, for this company. One of those typical ads.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what it is. I don't even know what they're selling. And then you get cash prizes and stuff. You can win yourself a Red Ryder rifle and shoot your eye out.
Yeah.
Same as on the back. It was a whole different time period, you know.
Yeah.
Kids enjoyed more of the simple ways to entertain themselves. You know. Everything is just electronic today. 52 pages for a dime. See this, what it says up there? It says arcade. So I'm wondering if this thing actually came from some kind of carnival arcade or something.
Yeah, it could be.
Interesting. What else did I got here? Oh, here's a Black Cat Mystic. These are some of the last issues that were put out by Harvey, 1958.
Oh yeah. That's some good stuff.
This is number 61. And I don't know, Joe Simon might have been involved with some of the artwork on here. Can't be sure. Here is a Lee Elias cover. It's a devil cover from 1963.
Oh, that's cool.
And they're all reprints. I mean, you know, but the cover is new, but interiors are all reprints.
Yeah.
But it's nice to have her. This is from October 1963, and I think it's another Lee Elias cover.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, and he was. I was talking to Horror Mike about him. He was really in a lot of different places and did a lot of different work for different companies.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them at the same time. You know, he was like a freelancer. So.
Right.
He had a lot of that stuff going on there. Oh, I forgot I had this. EC from 1946, prior to them becoming notorious. Animal Fables, #1.
Oh, yeah. That's when they were what? Educational comics?
I believe so, yeah, an educational comic, EC. And then they became entertaining comics.
Yeah.
Exciting comics. Here's #4 with Freddy Firefly.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
In a way, he's burning through there like the Human Torch. They were threatened with lawsuits, my understanding is, and then from Timely, because they say it was copied from the Human Torch, even though he was, you know, a whole different kind of animal.
Yeah.
So I think by issue 7, he became green and yellow. A green and yellow Firefly, no more red.
Uh-huh.
And I guess Timely was satisfied with that, so I have that issue, but it's it's graded, and I don't have it here. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I do have another copy of it here.
What?
There's another, yeah, Animal Fables #7. This is the one where they changed them.
Oh, okay.
It got damaged. You know, I should. I don't like this tape on there anyway. I always take it completely off. You know.
Oh, yeah.
It got some water damage, which is too bad, but I have another one that's graded, so I don't know. Maybe I'll consider giving this one up in the upcoming Halloween show. Oh, you see the difference there? He went from this to this. Because Timely didn't like.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
But it's got, got stains up there and stuff. I got it graded at a good minus because of that. Although it might be better than that. Oh, darn it. Sometimes they're just hard to get back in. What else do I got? Oh, I already showed you that one. What am I doing? How about some crime?
Oh, yeah.
I got EC crime suspense stories. Jolting tales of tension. Guy going right. Is he getting shoved there somehow?
Yeah.
Slip and fall right into the subway. Right onto the subway tracks. Jack Kamen cover. You know, these days on the news, you actually see this happening for real. People getting shoved,
I was just thinking that.
and for no reason, just absolutely no reason.
Right.
It's awful, just freaking awful, freaking awful. There's number 24.
Oh man.
He's about to chop him up. Oh, how did this? Oh, this is a crime suspense story. This is number 18.
Yeah, it's incredible artwork.
Jolting tales of tension. Johnny Craig. What do they call these on the wall? Were they called sconces or something?
Oh yeah,
The
yeah.
lights on the walls. Is that
Right.
what they were? Sconces?
Yeah, I think so.
You don't see them anymore.
Right.
I mean, you might see them in some older buildings, but not in the comics. This is a pretty cool cover. Crime suspense number 4.
Yeah, that's yeah, that's a good one. Wasn't that's like the Crypt Keeper's dad, right? Because wasn't there's another cover where he's climbing out of his whatever he's in, that liquid that he's in, and then the Crypt Keeper's mom was a mummy.
Yeah, I kind of remember that.
What's does it have that character's name? That two-headed, was it like Enid or something?
I don't know. Not sure. It's one of since it's in one of these milers that I hate to open up because it. No, I don't remember what. Wait, is it? He was on the cover. Was that on the cover? With the Crypt Keepers coming in.
Well, it was that two-headed character is climbing out of that vat of liquid that he's in, and then I think his mummy is in the foreground. But yeah, that's the same two-headed character. I guess he was like in a sideshow carnival.
Yeah. Oh boy. Let's see. I don't even see any panels in here like that. Oh wait, yeah, here it is. The Haunt of Fear, called Heads Up. Some great artwork in there. Oh.
Be very, very careful.
Yeah, I think I did have a little tear going on there. Damn it. It's kind of delicate, these old books.
Yep.
I don't like using these mylars, where you got to fold the top in like
Right,
this.
right.
Because you can damage your book, man.
Yep.
So I'll free-bag that into a proper mylar. And I don't know. getting kind of.
Gotham City Comics says his name was Enoch.
Enoch.
Yeah, the two-headed. Yeah, he's the father of the Crypt Keeper.
Enoch, the father of the Crypt Keeper. Okay, I didn't know that.
And his mommy was a mummy.
$1954. Two-Fisted Tales. It's a John Severin cover. Did I buy? Oh, I bought a lot. A comic book lot. 38? Yeah. That's what I did.
Oh, okay. Nice.
This I kept. Sometimes I keep the invoices or the notes that from the eBay or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a John Severin cover. This one is in pretty bad shape, but I liked it. You know, I got it for $20. Jack Davis. It's got rat shoes on here. Two-Fisted Tales, number 34. I don't think this title did so well. Kids were more interested in seeing the monsters and ghouls than the terror of real war.
No, I'm sorry, Hans. My internet is cutting in and out. My Wi-Fi connection is cutting in and out.
Oh, yeah? That's
Yeah.
not so good.
I'm okay for the moment.
All right. Just showing some stuff. Didn't you have one of these, I think?
Yes. That was voted like the greatest, the number one war cover.
Oh. Very intense.
Yeah, that's incredible. Was
Jack
that Jack Davis?
Yeah, Jack Davis. Yeah, the guy's lighting a cigarette and that
Right.
Yeah. It's pretty intense. Pretty intense. Well, you got any other stuff? Or see, this is what I do with I put everything in a hard drive. This is all for the videos.
Oh man, I need to get me one of those.
Exterior hard drive. This one is for the videos, and then I got this one all for pictures.
So, like, how much do those cost?
I paid like $70.
Because I really do need to back up all my stuff.
Yeah, I never know what's going to happen on the computer. You get a virus and it wipes everything out on the computer.
Yep.
Where the hell's my cover? I think everybody's leaving because Gratu's not here. Oh, Gotham City is here. Tales from the Crypt 33, Origin of the Crypt Keeper.
That's where Enoch climbs out and makes love to the mummy.
You're gonna what?
Tales from the Crypt number 33. In that issue, that two-headed character Enoch,
Yeah.
he climbs out of that jar that he's in and makes love to the mummy. That's his mommy. That becomes Crypt Keeper's mommy.
I was wondering why the chat said Enoch, and I was thinking the Book of Enoch, which is I'm sure which is a book that they left out of the Bible.
Tales from the Crypt.
I know, but that's probably where they got that name. It was a book that they left out of the Bible.
Oh, yeah.
Book of Enoch. Okay, I'm seeing now. I was eating up there, and there was a comment held for review, and it was let's see, I'm trying to see what people are talking about. Were you guys talking about sea monkeys or something?
No, not me.
Well, just advertisements.
All right, I see horror. I remember you could order a real squirrel monkey. I don't know, but there was a comment about flushing. I don't know if I can trust YouTube. It was talking about flushing down the toilet.
Some human thing.
It was talking about flushing MONKEYS down the toilet, and it was held for review because they thought it was some offensive thing. So I guess they thought it was some kind of I don't know, but I thought it must be about sea monkeys. So anyway, so they wouldn't put that YouTube. I was eating, so I couldn't hear what was because my wife was on the phone, so I had the sound turned down. But it was like one of the regulars. I think it was a completely innocent comment, but YouTube interpreted it as some kind of
their algorithm or whatever, or bots, whatever it is that they use.
Yeah, the AI bots is what.
Crap.
They don't like that word.
Or maybe they thought it was something to do with race or some.
That's exactly what I think they thought. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
They don't like when people say mean things in the chat. They always think it's some kind of harassment or something. Let's see.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, Ken, because yesterday the Texas Longhorns played the Oklahoma Sooners in the Cotton Bowl, and it used to be called the Red River Shootout.
Oh.
And then somebody decided, well, shootout, that's too violent. We can't call it that anymore. So now they call it a rivalry.
There was a building I think it was in Austin, some college, and it was named after a guy named Lynch. It was like Lynch Hall.
Right.
You can't have that word. It's somebody's name that was one of the founders of the college.
Yeah.
No, that's a terrible word. Oh, well. So, Kevin at Gotham City Comics says that Tales from the Crypt 33. Did you just show it? The original?
No.
Yeah, I know he has it because he showed it, I think, last week.
We were talking about something else.
Well, Hans was showing one it's another issue that has Enoch on the cover.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm trying to remember what was controversial about the Book of Enoch.
That's Enoch right there.
Oh, yeah. I know that it goes through and gives you the names of all the angels and stuff. Man, I don't know. You can listen to it on YouTube, the Book of Enoch. There's a lot of books that were chosen not to be in the Bible. It might have something to do with Lilith, the first wife of Adam, that they don't put in the Bible.
All right.
There's another book called Joshua that's not in the book. It's talked about in the Bible, but it's not in the Bible. The Book of Joshua. Yeah. Well, anyway. I'm starting to get hungry.
Yeah.
What's in here? I was at the Dollar Tree. I picked up a bunch of these.
Let's see.
I picked up a bunch of these, man.
Oh,
These
yeah.
got black flowers on the. This one has. This is a variant.
Were they actually $1?
No, these were, I think. God, man, the receipt. Wait, here's the receipt. How much were they? Oh, they were $1.25. Not bad for $1.25. That one's got a black and a white flower. It's another variant. Ooh. Everybody's doing variants. I just picked these up, for $1. And it's not plastic. I forget what kind of material this is, man. But anyway, I think if you drop them, they might break pretty easy, but you gotta be careful. Yeah. Got some glow in the dark hands. I don't know. I got nothing to do these days. I just go to Dollar Tree and pick up whatever. And I found these there at the Dollar Tree, and I found a bunch more at Mariano's.
Mariano's sounds like a restaurant.
Yeah, I know. It's actually a grocery store. It's in the Kruger chain of groceries.
Oh.
Or Kroger, I should say. Kroger chain.
Kroger, yeah.
What else did I buy?
I think Kroger and maybe H-E-B is the same chain as Kroger.
Oh, yeah, there's a skull over there. I wonder how much.
Oh, that's not bad.
I think this might have been $3 though. Shit! What the? Scared the crap out of me, man.
Oh. Did you not know it did that?
God damn it! Turn it off. God. I didn't know what kind of a sound it was going to make or how loud it was. Man.
I would use that as the theme song for your show.
Really?
Yeah. What do you think, Mike? Wouldn't that be a great theme song, beginning of every show?
Yeah, that's a good one.
So, yeah, it's getting pretty close to the 22nd, Well, that'd be great if we can get that guy on there from Zombo,
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah, I think that Rob Zombie had someone dressed as Zombo in his terrible Monsters movie.
Yeah, I didn't. It was okay. It was entertaining, to some extent, but it wasn't anything like I thought it was going to be. It just wasn't.
Well, yeah,
I like the colors in there and things like that.
The colors, yeah, I could see what you're saying. He was trying to make it look like a Basil Gogos painting. I mean, I knew what he was doing. It's just the guy doesn't have a he doesn't have a sense of humor, and it's a comedy. So, and I mean, I could understand he's trying to make it look like a Famous Monsters cover because the studio told him, no, you can't do it in black and white. But it was just, the humor was dumb, and the characters weren't the characters.
He's got his wife, but I don't think his wife is that great of an actress either. But
or that pretty, really. People think she's gorgeous, but that's because they've been around many women, I guess.
Hey, Micah, while you're here, let me ask you something. Do you have any EC comics?
All reprints, not official. No.
No. Okay. For some reason, I thought you had showed these EC comics, the big ones, with the axe and the blood. That was Eric Breen.
Probably. Yeah.
I don't know why I kept thinking of you.
Maybe because of the Donald Duck version of that cover. When I think Donald Duck, I think of Micah, but
yeah, maybe that's what it is. I got that. I got that version too, which is pretty cool.
I wouldn't have that.
Flip cover, wasn't it?
You can't do that to poor Donald.
Wasn't that a flip cover? There was like two.
Yes,
covers.
It was. Yeah.
Yeah, and the other cover looks like it was drawn by a 14-year-old. The back cover is the whole purpose to have that.
And then the other day I did the same thing with that creature. I kept saying it was, from Gotham City Comics, that it was 55, and it was 35, because I kept on thinking of that Metaluna mutant, which is $55, and it's only $55 because it's limited to 250 copies. I can't see.
They only made 250 of a certain color, or what?
I think just 250 of the mutant. Period. I think that's what it is.
I wonder. It's weird that they make so few of some things. Maybe. I don't think they make many copies of new comics today. I don't think there's much of a market for anything.
No.
Yeah, Ken. Like I was going to support that Kickstarter for the new Blood Island Kickstarter. And they have some of the comic books are limited to 250 issues. And I would think, wow, man, that's going to sell out fast because 250 is not very many. But they've only sold like 35. Like there's not that many people
that care about Blood Island enough to, especially not in this wonderful economy. Yeah, I don't think there's many people like us. It's just they've got so much merchandise. I just kept scrolling and scrolling.
Yep.
It's weird. I mean, if that stuff existed, I would order some, but there's so much of it. It's like it's Star Wars or something, but it's Beast Blood Island movies that everyone hated. I mean, the marketing was great, the poster was great, but the movies really aren't that watchable that I remember. Maybe I'd feel different today, but I just remember.
No, I don't think you'd feel different. The best thing about it is the trailer.
That and there one in particular. One you had, I watched the video that you put up from a year ago. Then it just, the one where it says, "I grant authority to the
blood
mystic gods to drink the green
blood."
But that poster of him ripping his own head off is just so great. But whether you can sell that much merchandise, it's all beautiful looking. I mean, but I don't know. But if the future of the comic industry is Kickstarters, that tells me it's pretty much dead.
Yeah, that's all they seem to be able to do these days is produce limited editions and comics limited to so many numbers, and then that's how they sell them or make money. If that's the only way they can make money, then that doesn't bode very well for the industry.
Well,
it's like those the Betty and Veronica covers that you picked up, Hans. They were limited to like 200.
I think so too. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'd like to get one of those. And then now they've done another one with a cover from the Atlas Venus comic, where the guy's kissing the girl and his face is tilted up and there's a skull underneath. But
Archie's head goes back and it's a skull.
Yeah, and it's a Betty comic. So They just keep doing it.
That's these two I was showing.
Yeah, the one on the right's the one I want, but they have other variants of that with different colors behind the Betty and Veronica, like purple. And my wife and I were looking at that the other night. They must have 10 different variants of that.
Yeah. So that's how they make the money, I guess.
I don't know. That one there with the red, that looks the most EC.
Yeah, this one, right. The header on there, looks like an EC header.
Yeah.
Very iconic.
Yeah. But what does it look like inside it? Have you opened them up?
I'm afraid to.
Well, what if it's good? I mean, is that
Well,
possible?
Yeah, some of them are very true to that
Okay.
Archie style.
What odds would Vegas give for the art to be good inside?
The best thing ever.
Good Lord.
Along with those. Let me give you full screen so we can.
Well, this is the back. I'm going from the back.
Well, that's
okay.
a reprint of old.
Yeah.
That
that's
looks like 1980s or 90s Archie.
So you're getting the reprint right there, Archie E.T. Travesty.
Well, I was expecting it to be modern manga looking. Oh, brother. Okay.
Burger of Destiny. That's kind of nuts, man. There's this second and third page.
Okay, so it's actually reprints of
Yeah.
old stuff. I
Could've
was
been a
not
lot worse.
expecting that. I was expecting that modern garbage art. Oh, wait. Gotham City Comics says, hey, I ordered some of those new Boris Karloff comics if you guys want to check it out next week. Yeah, definitely. Maybe would it be okay for Kevin and Micah to drop into the Four Color Fossils show to show those Boris Karloff books?
If we have room, sure.
Yeah. You want to come on now,
yeah,
Kevin? I'll give you the link.
Yeah. I heard back from Meyer. He's giving me a maybe that he'll be there. And
okay, yeah, and he was in the
usually-
chat today. Did you see that?
No, I had to go away for a while. Usually Metarog wants the week off afterwards, so he probably won't be here. So
Okay.
yeah, there might be some room, definitely.
See, what I don't like about that Boris Karloff is that I supported the Kickstarter and I still haven't gotten a copy, but like the general public is going to have access to it next week.
That's not good.
No, that's not cool.
Are you getting an exclusive cover?
No, I got the cover that's coming out next week.
I got a couple of covers coming too from that.
Uh-huh.
But the interior art, I saw some of the interior art on the Kickstarter thing. They showed it, and it looked like absolute garbage.
Yeah.
But the cover is pretty nice. But it's like $25 or $20.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I lost a subscriber. Very good. I lost 5 subscribers in the last 24 hours.
No, you
must be
didn't.
doing something right.
Well,
Really?
maybe
Maybe it's not good to do a comic book show where you talk about how much you hate most comic books. I guess that's a problem. I mean, at least I'm honest. And that.
Well, I hope it wasn't because of me.
What?
I hope it wasn't because of me.
Oh no, it was probably because of my someone probably watched my show that I put up this morning where it's a musical episode. I'm sure that caused someone to.
Oh man.
I was in the middle of watching that, and then this thing started. So
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I I sabotage everything.
I liked Pennies from Heaven. That was pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I figure I've got to do a musical show to celebrate 600 subscribers, but I'll probably be back under to $5.99 by this evening, I bet.
Hey, Colette. I could see you back there. Are you naked? We're doing a live stream. You better put some clothes on. Oh, sorry.
2000
No, she's.
AD.
I'm joking.
I never got any of
We
the
figured.
2000 AD tabloids, but I love that when Judge Dredd came out in the United States in the late 70s, early 80s. I really love that stuff. Backers should always get it first. Yeah. Did you ever, Kevin, get the little miniature Great Garloo in the right colors? Because they put out this Great Garloo that's about the size of your fist, where he's kind of in a gorilla stance. And I wanted like a normal colored one, but they only put out glow in the dark ones. So I may need to go ahead and get the glow in the dark one if they don't ever actually put out the right one.
Yeah, I'd like to show a preview of something I'll show Wednesday and ask the Memory Crypt if he has anything like these.
I used to.
Yeah.
That's pretty racy for your channel there, Micah.
It's probably the raciest thing I have. It has some damage right down here.
Ooh.
Where, if it's going to have damage to this cover, I'd rather this guy's back, than maybe the title or something.
Hans, would you recommend that mending tape on one of those little dangling chads kind of thing? What do you do with something like that, or you just let it fall off?
No, I use the mending tissue. Sometimes you can cut it to the size that you want, but they're hard to get apart. It's hard to get the tape apart from the backing sometimes. But I use as little as I can of that tape to repair. But
Kevin, are you talking about the Boris Karloff comic or the Garloo there? When you say no, I bought a few on eBay.
I think the Garloo.
Oh, okay.
That's all I'm going to show.
All
so,
right.
Mike, did you have a bunch of those and decide to focus on other things?
I might have had like 10 or 20 over the years, but I sold them off.
Okay.
You're selling away all the good stuff.
These pulps.
Oh, pulps.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been downsizing.
Yeah. He's been trading comics in to get more comics. Is that called that? Well, I'm joking.
Well, and that's another thing. No, like I haven't spent money on new comics in years, literally years, because I have just been trading in comics for years.
Yeah. So you've got a big amount of money that is just, whenever you want a new book, you've got credit at the store, right?
Right. Or if I buy something from eBay, I make sure, well, at least now the way I've been doing it is like I don't buy a comic unless I've sold an older comic.
Oh, okay.
So that's how I buy new comic books, or like I said, if I get something from eBay or whatnot, then I've got funds set aside because I've sold comic books.
Yeah. I wish I could do that, but the stuff you're selling is not. Is like kind of like what stuff you have duplicates of, or stuff that's more recent? What kind of stuff?
It's been pretty much everything. Like now, kind of the way I feel, I've only been keeping like my childhood copies, the comics I got when I was a kid. Right. And then anything else, like I've had the Silver Age Spider-Man and Fantastic Four and all that stuff. But you know what? I didn't buy those when I was a kid. I got those when I was like in my 30s.
I was thinking about that.
While I love them, I don't have that attachment to them like I do my childhood copies.
Yeah, that's interesting. We were talking about that the other night, and I was thinking about that, and I was thinking, well, the stuff from the 60s isn't my childhood comics, but then I thought, well, yeah, it kind of was, and to a certain extent, because I was 12 when Lone Star Comics opened. I guess that's still a child. And I would
Yep.
go in there and I would buy the 60s Kirby Fantastic Fours and
Right.
Thors and Marvel Tales and stuff, whatever I could afford, and Dial H for Hero. And so those were, so that's still technically my childhood comics, even though it was stuff that was coming out when I was a toddler or, learning to
Well, you're
walk.
right. Yeah. And I've kind of done the same thing with like comic books I got when, at a flea market. Like my dad would take me to a flea market and I would find some old Spider-Man comics. I was like 7, 8, 9, 10 years old.
Yeah.
And I found some old Spider-Man. So those are like my childhood comic books.
Yeah, I agree. The stuff that you got when you were a kid, that is the stuff that's irreplaceable.
Yeah.
How do you keep your childhood stuff separate?
I have now. Like in the past, I just kept everything by title.
Yeah, and what I would do usually, because I never really have had, I need to start writing on the backing board like most people do. But like if I got a replacement, like say I have a childhood copy and I get a better condition copy,
Yeah.
I would keep the newer one in front, and the last one, if I had 2 copies of it or even 3, the last one would be my childhood copy, and that's how I would know that's the actual sacred one.
Yeah.
Not to be sacrilegious, but it's like that's one that means something to you because you actually touch. That's got your fingerprints. Hopefully not.
Yeah.
But it's been yours for 50 years or however long. So
you keep on disappearing from my subscription list.
Who?
Gratu. He keeps on.
What?
It happens every time.
YouTube does that. They've unsubscribed me to him. Yeah.
And now I can't even find him. Now it looks.
Let me see.
I can see I'm subscribed over here, but he's gone from my subscription list. He's not there.
How do you look at the subscription? I don't even know how to look at a subscription list.
Well, hey, Captain, by the way, he's changed his name a few times too. And maybe
Hotel Orloff.
No, that's still the same thing.
Okay.
Look, subscribed, and I've rung the bell too. So I don't know why.
Well, no, it says when I go to your page, it says I'm subscribed, but on my page on the left side, when I go to my channel, you're not on the subscription list again.
I'm looking at it on my phone. Maybe you're looking on a computer screen.
Yeah, I am looking on a computer.
I think that when you talk about political things, when you, meaning me, when I talk about political things, I think that causes, because I know that people that talk about the world, they'll knock them down. They don't want them to get too popular. So someone will come on and they'll knock 200 subscriptions off. It's usually people that have giant amounts and they figure they won't notice. When you got 600 subscribers, you notice when you lose 200. When you got when you're like David Nino Rodriguez, he complains about this stuff. He tries to be very careful what he says on YouTube. He knows he can't talk about certain things, and then he'll put the shows where you have to pay $2 a month to hear them on his own little app that you get for your Roku or whatever. But let's see how many he has.
I've really got 1 million subscribers, but they throttle me so much,
Yeah, throttle. That's the word.
Yeah.
Well, who just disappeared? Oh, Captain. That was Strangelife. My goodness. Yeah. See, he's got 280,000 subscribers.
Golly.
But he's very entertaining. His shows that he does it Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. They're very entertaining. Yep. So so do you still work, Mike, at that comic store on Thursday? Or did you? No, you stopped when you got sick there for a while, right?
I've only been back once.
Yeah. I wish I don't know, Charlton. We only have 14 people watching. I want to talk to Charlton 66, but I guess he's I don't mind the echo. He's working in a comic store a few days a week now too.
Well, I saw that you were still on, and I thought before I go take a good nap, I'll get right back on. But so I'll bow out a second time, and
okay,
people will think that's all I do is bow out. So
that's all right.
Well, all right. And hey, Mike, I do want to thank you, man. I know you've invited me to be on your show, and I really appreciate it.
Oh yeah.
Like I said, I was just, kind of scared to go live, so I never really wanted to do that. And then now I'm going to take a break from YouTube.
Yeah.
But I do really appreciate all your kindness, and I really just appreciate all that. So thank you, sir.
Oh yeah, sure.
All right, take care, Mike.
Hopefully this has been sort of easy for you. In spite of YouTube being a knucklehead, but
right.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, no, it like Ken said, like that first day, I was pretty much just laughing about it. It's just kind of like a joke.
Well, did you go through different phases though? After a few days, did you go through different emotions about it?
Yeah,
it would devastate me. I'd be punching walls. But
yeah, they just knocked me off. All of a sudden, I disappeared.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I hope you come back in some way, Mike.
Yeah, me too.
Because there were so many shows I was yet to watch.
Right.
I wish that Rumble would get a little bit more user friendly.
Mm-hmm.
Because we could all upload our shows to both places, and there's no telling what every day, you don't know what's like. Let's see what's going on. I haven't checked the news in a few hours. Who knows what's happening in the world?
Right.
Till then, I will see you.
Okay, Micah.
So long. Yeah. Wow.
There's some things better not talk about it on your show, though.
Oh my gosh! Look at Madonna.
Is that her?
Yeah, apparently.
Looks like that they might have photoshopped that, but if that's her,
no,
crap,
she doesn't look. She's done stuff to her face.
Wow,
that's not natural. Yeah, she lost her mind a few decades ago.
Man.
Boy. Yeesh. Yeah, there's some pretty bad news we won't talk about. So as far as your Halloween show, that's on a Sunday?
Yeah, Sunday the 22nd at 6 p.m. Central Time.
Okay.
So if you can make it, it'll be good.
Yeah, I should be able to. I don't know why
Maybe
not.
Mike, he can make up his mind and let me know if you're going to be on or not,
Well, yeah, right now I would say no. I'm going to just take some time off, but
yeah, I understand.
I don't know. I'm so moody. I might be in the mood to jump on.
Sure, you can do that. Yeah.
The thing to do for a Halloween broadcast if the lighting's not good at 6 o'clock or whatever, you get a flashlight and put it under your face, and
Right.
you have an instant Halloween costume. You know.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, I hardly ever have anything new to show on the fossil show, so I'm always having to. It's like I'm trying to every time I'm trying to dig up something 5 minutes before the show because I don't often get a chance to get new stuff. So,
Right.
I end up recycling things, every now and then too. Sometimes I do it, I don't even know I do it.
But like
I
you
mean,
guys have talked about, nobody really remembers.
Yeah.
So you can show them again.
Well, I've shown the same Roadrunner comic that's almost completely torn in half about 3 times just as a joke.
The 9.8 one?
Huh?
The one that's going to be 9.8 if you send it
Yeah,
in?
yeah. I think it's so weird these people have just turned it into a sport. It's like, what's this one going to be? And they pull it out of the package they just got back from CGC. And then it's like, oh, it's a 9.6. And it's like, I guess that there's a big difference in value just with every little point. Or is it only go up? Is it a 2-point thing? Because I've never heard.
Yeah, I don't know why they do that. They have it even numbered.
Only even numbers.
Well, they have what, like a 0.5, and then they have a 6 and an 8. I guess they do have a 9.9 and a 10.0.
I've never seen anyone talk about a 9.9.
Yeah, they're out there. I think I had a Spawn. I had a Spawn 100 with an Alex Ross cover. That was a 9.9.
It's just absurd, man. What?
It really is.
What could possibly be the difference between a 9.8 and a 9.9? I mean, what?
And then how does it become a 10?
Right. I don't know.
I
Because
guess
there are problems just going through the printing press.
I wonder how much of that is a scam.
I could just never. I can't relate to it at all.
Well, and you know what, Ken? Those guys that get a 9.6, they're just like, I'm just going to crack it open and resubmit it until I get a 9.8.
Yeah. Yeah. I just, I just don't get it.
Maybe they get paid a certain amount of money, they send somebody gives them, I'm going to pay this amount of money. Make sure you give me a 9.9 here.
It's the only one I've got that, and to me, it looks perfectly fine at a 5.0.
Oh, yeah.
How much better is it supposed to look from 1954? I mean, to me, that's perfectly okay. I mean, I would want it cracked out. The only reason I have that Roy Thomas PS art books. They did Frankenstein, and it's reprinted in there, including the ads.
So why crack it open and leave it? It's protected that way, at least.
Well, there's people that say that they can being entombed in this actually causes problems, but
oh yeah, I know.
I never would have done this, but it was like weird fate. This homeless guy that lived in his car was in the comic store with me, and he had this stuff in his car, and I could help him out and make sure he had some food and some gas, and it's Frankenstein, and I love Frankenstein. It's the logo. Castle of Frankenstein stole the logo from this comic. It's just like everything that I've always loved, and so if I have one slab book, it'll be this, and that's how I looked at it. And I bought some other stuff from him. He just happened to have a Marvel Masterworks hardcover reprints of the Venus comic book from the early 50s. It was like this homeless guy just happened to have things that I liked in his car. It's very strange. And he's the guy that told me about when buying a Conan the Barbarian #1 out of a vending machine. And I said, are you kidding me? And he said, yeah, he was a few years older than me. He said that he bought and I looked it up online, and there were comic book vending machines. Have you guys ever seen these?
I never seen one, no.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
You seen pictures of them?
No, I never seen any pictures of them. I never saw them at all.
I looked it up on the internet, and I found pictures. Let me see if I can't.
Seems kind of odd that it would have a comic book vending machine, but
well, maybe it was like in airports or something. Maybe it was a way to keep the kids from reading the books, and destroying them. Yeah, here it is.
Does it have a claw that would come down and pick up the comic book and then give it back?
I'm not exactly sure. Let me show you. Comic books, 12 cents. The comics are, and then it says, what does that say there? Hold on, I'll blow it up a little bit.
And then if it drops all the way from the top bin?
I'm sure that there's a way. If they just drop it, that would be crazy. It says retrieve comic here at the bottom. And this is a picture from the Nito Coolville website.
Huh.
And it says, over the weekend, I attended Planet Comic Con. One of the coolest things I saw was this comic book vending machine from the 1960s. Oh man, did my jaw hit the floor when I saw this. As I was gazing upon this amazing funny book dispensing machine, a fellow standing next to me said, I can't believe it. I haven't seen one of these since I was a kid. For him, it was a special moment. As he told me back when he was a kid, he purchased comics from a comic book vending machine, just like this one, at the United Supermarket in Independence, Missouri. The dealer who owns the machine said it came from an ice cream shop somewhere in Kansas City. If anyone has any memories of this machine, please share them in the comments. Well, this is Devlin Thompson's website. He runs Bizarro Wextree out of Georgia. And then this is that just seems to be pictures of that one machine. But this one is a modern one from an ice hockey rink. But the cool thing about that is that the one we saw is that it's obviously from the 60s. And here's another modern one. But yeah, I don't know how they get the comic book down to you without dropping it, which would, but that would be one of the ultimate comic collectibles. But I bet that's the only one in existence. There can't be that many.
No, I've never seen one in my whole life. I'm 72 years old, been collecting comic books since I was 10, and I have never seen one.
It sounds like it might have been a regional thing, because the one machine was in Missouri and the other one they mentioned was in Kansas City.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I bet maybe it was only done in Missouri. So unless you grew up in Missouri and are, in your around in your late 60s to 70s, then you wouldn't know about it. Except this guy. Well, no, wait. This guy was. I met this guy in Texas, so there must have been one in. Oh, but this guy wasn't from Texas. He had he had an accent like he was from somewhere else.
New Jersey.
Huh?
New Jersey.
It wasn't a New Jersey accent. It was
New York.
I bet I wouldn't be surprised if he was from somewhere up north and some, but I don't know.
Well,
Gotham City Comics says iron it again and send it back. Iron. Everyone's using my terminology now. Yeah, I'll use all these weird. I'll say Iron Comics. What else do I say? I was talking on my show that I'm not going to say Golden Age and Silver Age and all these ages anymore. I'm going to identify them by who was president when the comic came out. That's my new way to commit blasphemy to everybody. What is that? What? Hold on. This shows a comic book vending machine. Oh, look at this. It's like vend a book, receive here. Look at this picture of the first issue of Logan's Run. I don't know, man.
It looks like something I wouldn't buy from a vending machine. Yep.
Yeah. But that would be cool to have that loaded up with comics. But
yeah, man, I'd like to see After Comics have one of those.
He'd be the one that I would think would have it.
Yeah, he's got everything.
He'd have to know about it.
Right.
I forgot what AFTA stood for. He explained in one episode. It was something from his childhood. It's an acronym. It means something.
Mm-hmm.
He had a whole episode where he explained where the name came from.
Well, it had to do with one of his friends, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
One of his friends that passed away.
Yeah, it was something like that. It was a really emotional story.
Right.
But it meant something. Yeah, he's great.
Well, I don't know. I'm gonna probably knock off and get something to eat.
You guys
bag and board some stuff here too.
Yeah, I feel like I don't want to let the Crypt Keeper go because it's like, no, stay, you know. But you'll be back eventually in some form, wouldn't you say? In some way, you'll be back, if not guest starring here or something, maybe in 6 months, a year.
Yeah,
he doesn't want to say.
I can't tell.
You can't tell.
It's like Frosty the Snowman, you know, when he melted, just like, no, Frosty. Oh, don't worry, I'll be back again someday, kids. That's kind of how I'm feeling. No, I can't end the stream, but we can still talk by phone and everything. But I'm sure everyone's watching, you know, we'll miss you and all that. But yeah, it can be a pain in the ass, all this dealing with these socialists that run this whatever this is called, YouTube. It makes you, it's like, I thought I lived in the United States of America and we had freedom of speech. It's like, all the liberals, but it's a private company. You should expect that it's a private company. Well, but it's how people communicate now. It's like the electric company is a private company. Can they just shut off our power if they decide they don't like who we're voting for? Oh, well.
We're in a bad place right now. Hopefully we'll go into a good place in a year.
Yeah. If we've got that long, but you know, if the other day it was like, yeah, Trump said, I'll be Speaker of the House if you guys ask me if I'm needed, and then that means he's real close in succession to being president before the election even happens, because it's just there's no telling. It's like I wouldn't even believe this if this was a plot of a book 20 years ago, that this could be the way the world was. It just seemed like something written by Kurt Vonnegut or something. It's just so incredibly weird, the world that we're living in.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It's disturbing is what it is to me. Very disturbing.
Yeah.
I don't even feel like leaving the house several days a week. I don't feel like even leaving the house.
Well, you got to get out of Chicago.
Yeah, we will eventually, you know. But
I mean, I'll leave the house, but there's nowhere to go. But I feel safe leaving the house. It's either there's lots of cool stuff to see and do in Chicago, but you're not safe going there, or you're safe leaving, but there's nothing
yeah,
really to see. There's a movie theater and they have one movie. What is that called? Paw Patrol.
Paw Patrol.
But you know, Hollywood doesn't make anything that I want to see anymore. So why do I care? Just watch the old movies.
That's all what I do. I like to watch the old films. I like Tubi a lot.
Yeah, I need to watch more Tubi. The wife gets upset with all the commercials. You know, it's like, but I grew up watching commercials. It doesn't bother me.
The thing is, you know, I thought that's how I thought at first too about Tubi, but then I discovered they don't have anywhere near the commercials that all these other channels got.
Yeah.
You know, there's Awesome Horror, and then there's the Halloween channel. They got a hell of a lot more. They got like commercials sometimes every 3-4 minutes.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. That's why I thought it'd be cool. I'm gonna watch the Halloween channel. It's free. I thought it'd be cool. You know, you can watch Awesome Horror. It's free.
Yeah.
Every 4 minutes, there's a commercial. It's
Now, when you
ridiculous.
monetize channels, like your channel's monetized, are there different categories? Like, can you pick, I just want commercials before the show, or can you pick, I want a commercial every 2 minutes during my show?
Oh, you can have mid-roll commercials. You can have commercials just in the beginning of the show, in the beginning and at the end of the show. You get your choice.
Because there are people on YouTube, I swear, every 2.5 minutes there's a commercial.
Oh
It's
yeah, I hate that, especially when I'm watching ASMR. All of a sudden, I'm relaxed, you know, and I'm thinking
Right.
I'm gonna read a little bit, and all of a sudden, this obnoxious rap music comes on, and what the hell?
oh
I
yeah.
turn it right off right away.
So you actually use ASMR to relax.
Yeah, I do.
Hmm. Um,
Especially, you know, if it's just the sound of rain. It's got to be a really good channel that produces a really good rain sound, you know, and you don't turn it that loud. And it's relaxing. I can read, you know, my mind doesn't, you know, race or wander off. I'm
yeah.
reading, you know, and listening to that at the same time. It's relaxing.
Yeah, there's some channels that are very specific. It's like there's a fireplace and a storm going, and
Yeah.
there's a radio playing from the other room, playing oldies or playing
Oh,
old time
yeah.
radio. It's like or you're on a train and this is happening, and it's like very specific environments that
Yeah.
you can immerse yourself in.
Well, anyway, all right. I'll talk to you during the week, Ken, and then hopefully Michael will be on one of the shows again, you know. But that's gonna we'll be in contact with you too. So
Yeah. Nothing else to talk on the phone.
all right, take care,
All right,
guys.
take care.
Yeah. All right. Bye, Han. See ya.
So what's anything interesting going on in San Antonio in the future that you're going to be doing? Is there a convention or anything?
You know what? I think there was a convention this weekend, as a matter of fact.
Oh yeah.
The big techs convention. But I don't participate in that kind of stuff anymore. I mean, it's so expensive.
Right.
And I don't really care for the crowds.
That's
and
how I
like if they have celebrities, they literally want hundreds of dollars for a signature or to get your picture taken with them. It's just ridiculous.
I'm going to be right back. Then we'll end the show, but give me a second. 1 second.
All right. So let me show you this New York Ninja magazine that I got. This is a companion. It's a companion to the VHS movie that came out. So this is the official follow-up story. And it's a magazine course, it's got this great stuff, Ninja Supply Company. So you can get all your Ninja supplies. And then let's see, this is from Vinegar Syndrome. Vinegar. Oh man, it's hard to do it. Everything's backwards.
Sorry, I was about to pee my
Vinegar
pants.
Syndrome.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I had never heard of this movie. This sounds like fun.
New York, this is the magazine. It's like a continuation from the movie. Right, and it's got like this old style. These are actual, you can actually order these Ninja supplies.
Oh yeah.
And of course, like the magazine, you know, like the artwork is just as bad as the movie. Pretty amateurish.
Looks better than most modern comics.
But I mean, it's fun, and you know, just kind of the nostalgia of getting an old 80s ninja, because not everybody was kung fu fighting, but a lot of people were.
But boy, that song was on the radio a lot.
Yeah, it sure was.
That's when I was living in San Antonio. What I remember about back then is that the radio station would play. It was top 40, I guess, whatever we were listening to, and it would play all the types of music. It was not it was not all segregated into certain stations, and
it was probably KTSA. It was an AM radio station. That
probably
they just
because they were listening. Yeah, the old '69 Ford station wagon. I don't think got FM. It probably was KTSA, huh?
KTSA.
There was a radio station called KISS, right? I'm interrupting. I'm sorry.
What was 5500, 5500 on your dial?
Okay. Wasn't there a radio station called KISS FM or something?
Yeah, that was 99.5 was KISS FM.
And the reason when the band KISS first started, about the time I was living in San Antonio, I guess I got it confused with that radio station. Yeah, because that radio station existed before them. I'm trying to find this Mike McCarthy YouTube page before we go, because I know I can't text it to you because you have a landline. But it's let me see if I can.
I think I found it. Is a gorilla something, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gorilla monster or something.
Yeah, Gorilla Monster movies or something like that.
He's got a yeah. But all I'm finding is King Kong. Anyway, yeah, I'll find it. I'll let you know. It has a playlist with all the movies that you can show on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd love to check that out.
Yeah, as I think that Damselvis or Damselvis or however you pronounce it.
Damselvis.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll. I'll let you go, and the lighting's been great. Now the lighting's kind of cool the way you're lit now, but you can tell it's you're starting to lose daylight.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll talk to you soon, and hopefully you'll be back in some way, in some capacity. But anyway, take care, Mike, and
take care,
everybody out there in YouTube world. So I'll end the stream.